We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school. for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
The 16th, 2022 meeting is called to order. Roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Heschuk.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
Chair Williams.
Here. And Glenn will lead us in the pledge. Public expression, comment on consent items 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D, closed session, and public comment on the consent calendar. On Zoom, click raise hand. Phone, press *9. If you're in the room, try to keep social distance best you can, and feel free to approach.
Mayor Williams, Supervisors, CEO Antle, and County Counsel Curtis. My name is Julie Beardsley. I am president of SEIU Local 1021. I'm also a member of the negotiating committee. In 2009, when the last recession hit, employees were faced with layoffs and salary cuts of 20% or more. From that time until 2019, when we negotiated our previous contract with the county, salaries remained stagnant. Let me say that again. For 10 years, while other counties and organizations kept up with the cost of living, the employees of Mendocino County fell further and further behind economically. In 2019, your board realized how desperate the situation had become and how far below market value our salaries were, and authorized a 9% increase over the 3-year term of the contract. That helped, but we are still way below market value, and we struggle to retain employees. So now in our new contract negotiations with the San Francisco law firm the county's hired, we are told there is no money for a cost of living adjustment. We're told that we should suck it up and tighten our belts because it's so cheap to live in Mendocino County. And the figures they provided as proof were so low, they were about a decade off. You know, you can Google what the median home price is in Mendocino County, and it's over $500,000. I personally found that presentation insulting to our good faith negotiations. While we've suggested several solutions to affording a modest 5% cost of living adjustment in time of a 9% inflation, the county hasn't brought forth a single recommendation or idea of how to support employees or increase recruitment. We've examined the budget, and the claims of no money just don't add up. So stop pointing fingers. Instead of being risk-averse, what we need is leadership. If your board members don't have a clear picture of the county budget, that needs to be remedied. We know the county needs to live within its means, but we also know the board has a range of tools it can and should use to finance this modest increase. Let's stabilize our workforce by providing a COLA. Let's recruit the non-general fund and revenue-producing positions and grow the county budget. Falling behind in employee compensation will result in a lack of services, phones not being answered, long wait times for permits, and it will put the most vulnerable in our county at risk. Your board needs to step up and make the people who make this county work your top priority. Thank you.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Today, more than ever, John Q. citizen. Gratitude and appreciation always. Supervisor Mulhern for coming by the market. Anybody comes by the market, I'm going to appreciate and love. We have a great thing at the farmers market. We call it the Family. But yeah, we have a great time every Saturday for 3 hours. Stop by. Lots of stuff going on. Supervisor Williams, you were awesome last time. I could hardly contain myself. It applies to everything that's going on today. How can you give anybody a raise if you don't know what you got? To the whole board for voting to do that, to get those solid numbers, you know. As a citizen, I see this government is dysfunctional. Everybody says there's no money. Everybody says it's okay. Credit rating's good. We don't know what we got. We don't know what we got. The old ways didn't work. A few people have left, probably for good reason. Everybody's had their say this week, pretty much in this room. I think that's a good thing. But at the same time, I read what everybody said, and what I saw was ego. I didn't see people trying to get along like the board just got along when it passed that vote to say, hey, all you people that work for us citizens, give us one set of books, solid numbers, and then these people will have a more solid argument than they have now. And what she just said was true. You don't know what you have. So you can play with all your numbers, with all these other things, but until you got a set of books, we really don't know what we're doing. And there's a ton of money out there. People see all this COVID money. I really appreciate that you know that it's not going to be there, that what we were before was a poor county. Let's just get over that. You know, that's what we are, as a poor county. But we can afford to pay our workers. There's priorities in a poor county, in a poor anything. I'm poor. I know about priorities. So I can't be here without these people. You know? I know them. They would work from a pop-up tent if they had to. I've said this before. Priorities. Give them the money. And I've talked about the unions. I don't particularly like them. I think people could do better on their own. But we have what we have. And again, so we can't do anything about the books. I appreciate that you dropped everything on the table, Supervisor Williams, and that the whole board stuck with you. Thank you all very much.
Hi, my name is Sarah Reith. I'm with KZYX. I'm just going to jump in really quickly on a non-agenda item before the party gets started here. But I want to talk a little bit about how the agenda is organized. The new Granicus system for submitting comments makes it really difficult for people to submit public comments on the agenda items to the board. And the old Legistar system where people could submit their comments was really informative. And with the new Granicus system, yesterday when I looked, I saw one comment on the entire agenda, which I think is 66 items, and it was a memo from the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, which I love and appreciate. You know, they're an advocacy group, but I think that anytime any one of us wants to know what the MCA has to say, we can just pick up our phone and get a policy dissertation. So they really know how to let people know what they think, and I just think that it should be a lot easier for the public to submit comments to the old Legistar system, because there's a lot of value and interest in hearing what people have to say when they're not super savvy and well-organized advocacy groups. And I've just previously really been able to gauge the level of public interest in an item and what the conversation is without, you know, trolling around on Facebook pages here and there. I can just go to the source and find out what people think about what's being discussed at the board level. And I would really love it if we could see more public comment on the agenda. Thank you very much.
To add transparency, I agree with you. I'm not completely happy with the system that we have today. We dropped from 5 clerks down to about 1.5, and one of the things we found was, yeah, well, we can come back. We can come back to that topic.
I think there might be 1 or 2 people.
One of the things we found is it was a manual process for the clerk to take the email, save it off as a PDF, add it as an attachment, and we simply didn't have staff time based on the number of comments. I'm not saying, as chair, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that simplified model that we had before, but it's a struggle, and it's not just in the clerk's office, it's across the board. Every problem we look at, we say, well, we don't have enough personnel to carry it out. So yes, it's a problem. I imagine the board has probably heard from constituents and wants to see a solution. I don't know what that solution is today. It's not as easy as directing staff to put back what was in place previously, because we simply don't have the staff time to carry it out.
Well, I hear some rumblings behind me from some people who might have something to say about that, but I do. I do just, and I don't want to veer into 4E, but I do feel like this looks like kind of a trend with it being more difficult for the public to comment and to get information. And the old Legistar system was a really great, obviously not free because you had to pay staff to do it, but it was a really great source of information about what fellow citizens think. And as a reporter, it's important for me to know what people think about public items. So.
And then I have a hard time staying quiet because I don't necessarily disagree with what I'm hearing. And yet it's not fair to my colleagues to talk about negotiations. That said, of course I want fair wages. A county is the staff, right? And if it's the strength of a county is the strength of the staff. And I imagine my colleagues feel that way as well. One of the places I'm having difficulty in this is I don't want the county to overspend to the point we find out we can't afford what we have. And I don't have financial reports at my fingertips to help me understand what is the most we could possibly spend without going into a deficit situation. I think the board previously gave direction to begin tightening this up and generating those reports. We're gonna, and supervisors' reports, we can talk about it further. But I'm still learning details like we have a balloon payment due this year, multi-million-dollar. How would I have ever known that? I don't see it in the budget books. I've been here for 3 years. Nobody's ever mentioned it. I found out after our previous auditor left, we had a $4.5 million hole, much of it in the health plan. I've learned that the 25-75 split is more like 17% instead of 25. The financial reporting is so difficult for a supervisor to understand that I find myself in a position of just not knowing. And I don't want to get to the end of the year and find out we had money and we didn't give COLAs. I also don't want to get to towards the end of the year and find out we can't afford to pay staff and we have a problem, we've run out of money. And so I'm hopeful that we can avoid having an adversarial situation and turn it into something collaborative. What do we have to work with? So Supervisor McGorty and I can give a bit of an update under supervisors' reports later.
Yeah, I would just want to see more of what my fellow citizens and the public think without invoking giant catastrophes. So I would just love to request more, back to the Legistar and more comments from the public. So
thank you. The feedback is heard.
All right, I'll step aside.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Christensen, and I am a social worker in the Adult and Aging Department. Behind me, I have a poster with comments from Facebook from the public that is in response to the county's recent job advertisement on Facebook. So we are advertising that your check can be up to $18.50 per paycheck, up to. And this is what the public had to say about that. Some of these being community members, previous Mendocino County employees, and some of which are actually IHSS care providers who make $16 an hour, just to reflect that. That is below the national poverty level. Mendocino County is a gorgeous place to live, but the job market couldn't suck harder if it attached a nozzle to it. A comment from a previous employee. Shittiest place I've ever worked. $1,800, you'll take home $1,000 after 2 weeks because of all of the deductions, including paying $280 every paycheck for your benefits. Complete joke. More comments. Hilarious. Who wants to work for a corrupt employer who abuses their authority? Answer, no one. Maybe if you keep 3 separate books and the accounting might add up. $18.50, that's poverty. Unfortunately, you can't afford to live in this county on that pay, particularly after taxes. Thank you.
Supervisor
Sorry,
Mulhern.
I have a question for the speaker. Apologize. Or if you could just, I was looking for that post this morning. Can you please tell me what it's from? What does it say on the, it's not the Mendocino County, it's like career something? Thank you so much. I was looking for that earlier. Thank you.
Yes.
Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, my name is Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU Local 1021. There's been a lot of noise and a lot of finger pointing lately. We're here today to propose a way out of this mess. We've been hearing that the county can't afford a cost of living increase because there's a financial crisis. But is there? In a word, no. The financial crisis is concocted. It's an illusion. The only potential funding shortfall is in cannabis taxes, which everyone who was paying attention knew was coming. But every other funding stream is increasing. How can the board take action to support county employees? How can they save them from a 9% wage cut? Here are 4 easy steps. Number 1, there are 264 funded unfilled positions. Repurpose some of those funds. The county has argued that there is no money there because it gets used up by overtime and extra help. But you need to look at the actual data. If you review the past budgets and the recently released annual comprehensive financial report, you will see that that is not true. There is an increase in overtime and extra help, but it doesn't come close to using up the savings when those positions are not filled. Number 2, for this year's budget, the county has projected no increase in sales tax revenues. Let's take a look at how well the county has done in forecasting sales and use tax revenues. In fiscal year 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, the county underestimated sales and use taxes by 27.7%, 112%, 6.2%, and 31% respectively. But what about the other revenue sources? Property taxes, transit occupancy taxes, underestimated nearly every time, every year. For fiscal year 2021, room taxes were underestimated by 64%. Current secured property taxes by 4.2%, in lieu of taxes by 3.3%. But surely then the expenses must be higher. No, salary and benefits come in at 10.6% under budget. In fiscal year 1920, 3.5% under budget. So actual revenues are regularly higher than projected and expenses are regularly lower than projected. The budget is a fiction designed to make the administration look prudent and effective. The board needs to understand this and make decisions accordingly. As the board itself has acknowledged, there are funds due the county that are not being collected. Stop talking about it and act. Hire the staff necessary to do the work that will require paying a salary that will attract and retain employees. The board mentioned a service that can track down short-term vacation rentals that are not paying transit occupancy taxes. Have they been hired? Finally, we see how the board reacts when they identified a budget shortfall for the jail expansion. There was a report at the last board meeting about additional cost increases for the jail expansion boondoggle. In a matter of weeks, the board has proposed to raise funds through a bond offering. County employees wish the board members would act with this alacrity when it comes to their cost of living. But this is an opportunity to address the shortfall for employees as well. Shift some of the other capital improvement costs and some of the other one-time costs in this fiscal year's budget from the general fund to this bond offering to free up the funds necessary to fund a COLA. These are just a few steps the board can take to do what every other county government across the state is doing to support their employees in this high inflationary environment. The money is there. So it comes down to one question. Will you support your employees? Thank you.
Good morning to all who are here today. I am a library assistant for the Willits Library. I have been working there full-time for 4 years. I truly believe in the mission of the library and love providing a much-needed service to our community. We assistants do so much more than check out books. We connect people to resources and information that change their lives for the better. We help people apply for jobs. We connect our homeless population to local resources. We teach elders how to use computers so they can be more self-sufficient. We also help people in challenging situations. I've personally found materials for housing laws for people facing sudden eviction. I've been a listening ear for a transgender child who didn't feel safe to talk about their experience at home. I have helped someone trying to escape abuse from their partner. We assistants have to be resourceful, quick-thinking, and compassionate. When I started at the county library, I thought I could build a career. but I'm at the top wage for my position and see no chance of moving up. Last year, one of our library technicians was hired in a new capacity. They were never replaced. The workload that my coworker used to take on has been added to my duties. I'm compensated as an assistant when my actual duties are above my pay grade. Leaders of this county, I don't need you to say that you don't respect or value my work, because I can do the math for myself. The starting wage for my skilled job is minimum wage. The position will be trying to catch up to minimum wage when it becomes $15.50 an hour in January. The library assistant position starts at $15 an hour. In-N-Out Burger is offering starting wages of $17 an hour. The county is not offering competitive wages to the burger joint down the street. I have watched over the years as those who made the top wages were given raises, while the majority of those who served the public were ignored. My entire salary for the year is less than 18% of what the CEO makes in a year. You are finding creative ways to shuffle around funding for the new jail facility that's running about $7 million over budget, but won't consider finding a solution to make a cost of living adjustment for your employees. Your priorities are clear. Please, make your workers a priority. We are the cornerstone of operations, the future of this county. I'm 30 years old. I want to build a life in Mendocino County, but I can't afford to do that working for the county government.
Thank you for the opportunity. After that, it's like, if you guys don't understand the difficulty that's going on with your employees, I can't believe it. That was phenomenal what was said. To say that the median rent in the Ukiah Valley is $1,100 a month is ridiculous. That's not even close to actual reality. Now, I recently sold my home. I had to go find a place to rent. And I'm telling you, I looked in places that were poor, lousy neighborhoods. You would not want to even have your children out in the front yard. And that rent was at least $1,800 a month. We're talking a 1,200 square foot home, 3 bedrooms. Now, you got a family of 4, 2 adults, 2 children, and you're going to try to force your employees to live in those kinds of conditions? No. Just to live in a home that's about 1,300 to 1,500 square feet, 3 bedrooms, that price for rent, we're just talking about renting, not even owning, is $2,000 to $2,400 a month. And that's what I found. I looked into, okay, I'm going to go rent in Lake County, where indeed the rents are a little bit cheaper. But now they're not that much cheaper. And now I have to do that long commute. That's about an hour each way. And I've got to pay for all that gasoline. And gasoline prices were at $6. They're now down to just, a little under $5. But still, they're not going to go back to where they used to be. It never does that. So putting facts like that, presenting facts like that at the negotiating table is ridiculous. And saying that you don't understand the budget, that just shows incompetence. You should at least be able every month to understand what your budget is. I have to understand my budget, and indeed, it is much simpler than yours. I agree. But now to hire a law firm, that immediately shows that you have no interest in doing any kind of response. I have worked for a company that for 10 years did not give a raise, and they finally said, we'll give a raise. They gave a 2-cent an hour raise. Now, if you want to be as infamous as that company is in this entire state, then I guess that's what you're after. But you do need to come to the table, and if the union is saying, hey, there's money, then take what they say, go down and sit and look at it and come up with something. At least offer to talk back and forth instead of just throwing out this stuff where we don't have any money because I don't understand my budget. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you give us your name for the record, if you're willing?
testimony that I forgot. Okay. My name is Robin Harris. I work in the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Carly Lytell. I am a staff assistant 2 at Adult Services. I make $15.89 an hour. If you can't calculate that right off the top of your head, my paycheck is $601 and some change every other week. I am extra help. It said it was a 6-month thing, but I've been here since the end of November as extra help. I don't do minimum wage work. I work my tail off. With my 25 hours that is allotted to me, I am in other departments asking them if they need help too. I work my tail off. My family has been here since 1942. My grandfather always said, "Get a county job, Carly. That's the way to go. You'll have it made." He is rolling over in his grave right now. I am absolutely ashamed of us. I am especially ashamed of those of you I voted for.
Good morning. I'm glad to see Darcy's paying attention to all of us, and we're talking about budgets and you guys not understanding budgets, and yet the communication between you guys isn't there. That's sad to me. I too sit on a board. I sit on our tribal council. When there's a question about a budget that I don't understand, I ask our CEO, explain it to me so I understand. What do you mean we don't have that money? They explain it to me. That's what I expect from my CEO, that we're paying money to do their job. That's what should be expected from her. Secondly, I have been an employee with the county for 22 years. 22 years. There's not many of us left anymore because when we took the hit before, everybody retired and left. But I stayed. I've dealt this last year. I've gone through cancer. I worked 3 months undergoing chemo because I didn't want my work to fall on my coworkers. That's the kind of dedication and family that we have here, but we can't keep it because you won't pay us what we're worth. We're not asking for your guys' salary. We're asking for a decent salary. I'm lucky enough that my husband works for a living, so I have 2 incomes coming into my home, that I'm able to be buying a house. Some folks aren't that lucky. And Mo, and I saw your comment about how when you work for the county, you work 2-3 jobs. That's great, but this day and age with kids in society, we need to be home raising our kids. We shouldn't be working 15, 20 hours a day and then wondering why our kids aren't doing the right thing or not passing their school classes. You know, there's a thin line there, and nowadays you can't do that. Kids will go down the wrong path. You see them in the sheriff's log every week. Like I said, I've been with the county for 22 years this October. There's not very many of us left. I'm a 3-digit employee number. A lot of these folks aren't. They're just starting here. They're going to get their training and they're going to be gone. And eventually I'm going to leave because it's not worth it. When I start losing money to work, that's when I'll be gone. And that's where we're going. With your proposed increase on our health insurance, that is only for myself right now. I don't even have my husband on it because it's ridiculous. All I'm asking for is for you guys to give us a fair handshake and stop dodging the bullet, stop hiding behind not knowing. If you don't know, shame on you, because she should be giving you the answers that you need. If we were all sitting here and there were citizens of this community complaining about us not doing our jobs, you guys would be all over us. If she's not doing her job, you need to get on her. That's the final line. Like I said, thank you for your time.
Hi. Sorry to ask you, can you give us your name for the record? Thank you, Tracy.
Good morning, Board. Supervisor Williams. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Crystal Fogelsanger. I'm with Adult and Aging Services, and I'm really not here for me today. I'm here for those vulnerable people whose homes we go into every single day to assist when they're in a crisis. We don't have the staff to fill those positions. We are operating, in my unit alone, I'm down 2 social workers for the last 3 years. I have a fill-in extra help person. I don't have the staff to care for the people in those homes that need our services, our vulnerable population, elderly, disabled, and I know that children's is here too. Those are state-funded allocation services that are going unfilled because we cannot afford to hire people. We cannot afford to retain people. We need our salaries increased so that we can get the staff to provide those services to your grandparents, your parents, our neighbors. They need us, but we can't do it without staff. So I'm here for those people today. I can make it by on rice and beans. I've done it before. But those people that we support need the staff that are going to help take care of them until they can take care of themselves. So please, we're all facing a financial crisis of some element. Find it in your budget to up the staff wages so that we can recruit and retrain people. I just had a staff leave to Sonoma County because she makes $15 more an hour there. They also allow allotments of $500 per month for job expenses. I mean, they are paying the wages that we need to support so that we can keep and retain staff. Thank you very much, and please find it in that budget.
Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, my name is Kim Naylor. I've worked for the county for 7.5 years. I've seen a lot of people come and go. I'm one of the many employees who has continually worked through the pandemic and helped with contact tracing aspect as well when COVID first started. Also, as a member of the care and shelter team, we are the first responders who set up shelter and get them ready for the evacuees who may be displaced. With fire season upon us and county employees being mandated emergency workers, we are faced with the possibility of being pulled away from our families to serve our community even when we are displaced ourselves. I can give you a list of names of coworkers who were evacuated from their homes during the past fires, yet continue to report daily and nightly to work the shelters themselves. It truly seems like our hard work is going unnoticed and unappreciated. I was born and raised in this county, but my husband and I moved to Lake County to be able to live the American dream of owning a home. How pathetic that we, with 2 salaries, still had to move out of county to make that happen. We are underpaid for the job we do. We have been for years, and yet you still will not offer a COLA? You should be ashamed of yourselves. We've had enough. I currently work in the Employment and Family Assistance Services. We are losing workers left and right to outside agencies where they make better income. With so many in our community that need our services, this is shameful to not be able to help them in a timely manner. Has anyone investigated how many employees we have out on medical leave due to stress? Because of the lack of help? Many employees have no choice but to take the offered overtime to make ends meet. Is the jail expansion really a priority over retaining employees and paying them what they deserve? I hope I have given you all something to really think about and consider as we move forward through these negotiations.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Young. I'm a licensed marriage family therapist here in Mendocino County. I worked as the therapist at Juvenile Hall for 2 years. I've worked in group care and foster care. I've collaborated with county employees working with the most vulnerable people in this area. I did not start out there, though. I grew up in a trailer park on North State Street, smoking methamphetamines with my mother when I was 11 years old. The impact that I have in our county today is wide-reaching. I work with people trying to leave domestic violence relationships. I'm working with suicidal mothers right now, teenagers who have been sexually assaulted, children who have been sexually trafficked in this county. But the reason I'm here today is because I recently drove over to Round Valley to sing traveling songs for an infant who died after he was left by the railroad tracks. And his brother was found by my friends who work in treatment. So they have all this trauma in their bodies now as they're trying to take care of the people that have come to treatment with them. I'm here to ask you that you release funds that you already have for the 22-bed facility that Ukiah Recovery Center already has plans for, because addiction is rampant in this community. And while you may not be friends or neighbors with people that had to bury that baby, I am. And there are people here who are. And while you may not be friends and neighbors with the people who are struggling financially, I don't really need to talk about that. I think enough has been said here today. The man that left those children was supposed to go to treatment. The only reason that he wasn't let in is because he had a positive COVID test. Drug treatment is important. I have 28 years clean today. I own a business. Thank you. I own a business. It is a health and wellness center where I teach group exercise classes, and I have my private clients for therapy there. And we do somatic, which is the body, healing after trauma. When people are subjected to trauma, and poverty is a trauma, by the way, they turn to substances to make themselves feel okay. Drug addicts are not the scourge of the earth or low-life piece of crap like you might think. Drug addicts are people who feel so horrible they will do anything to feel better. The baby that was buried, his name was Keikoa Ezekiel. Keikoa means little warrior. Some people think that baby came here to sacrifice himself on that ground and sweat to death so that we could make a change in this county. There are so many overdoses. I know that Ms. Mulherin has talked to you about that. There are so many things that are not right. And it would be so easy and productive for you to just release the funds that are there, that are earmarked for this sort of thing, so that we can have 22 more beds of a treatment facility here in Mendocino County. The disease of addiction will impact all of you at one point or another, even if it hasn't yet. I hope that it doesn't, because it's really ugly when you have to stand next to it. But I am asking, I am imploring, I am begging you to take a look into your hearts and do the right thing. Get that 22-bed facility open. Thank you.
online comments, starting with Michael Katz. Oh, I'm sorry.
Consent calendar 3Z, that there's Carrie Shattuck here. There's approval of an automobile allowance for the assistant social services director, and this is just in the consent calendar. So how much is that going to cost? Every time there's something in the consent calendar that's just, approved with a vote, how much is that costing? We're hearing all of these people, and we have, an automobile allowance for an assistant, But let's, pinch pennies here for these people. Thank you.
All right, going online, we have Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm a little uncertain as to if this is a public expression comment or a comment about the consent calendar.
Because this is public expression, comment on consent, closed session items 6A through 6D, and comments on consent calendar.
Right. Well, I have comments on both for public expression and regarding the consent calendar. We provided a memo regarding the item 3.0 on the consent calendar regarding the Elevate Impact retroactive agreement for funds. We, as the Cannabis Trade Association of Mendocino, represent many members who have had many struggles with this equity program. In fact, we're going to be assigning later on today an ad hoc to look at the grand jury report exactly about how challenged this program has been. And yet here under consent calendar, without any discussion of the management of the program or the actual services being provided by the current third-party administrator, there's just an approval for additional expenditures. While there is an allowance in these grants for up to 10% of the funds to be spent on administration, it's not required, especially if there is not the full value of that money being spent being received. The challenges that have been stemming from the Cannabis Department and County Council's interpretations and various log jams have definitely not helped, but Elevate Impact, as lovely people as they are, have also not been able to help facilitate the administration of this program. So it's a little concerning that this is not something that's being discussed in a more focused way, and that there's just this continued to pass money along without really evaluating the value that's being provided. There's been a substantial decrease in the number of staff people that are working for Elevate Impact on these programs. And so again, we're concerned and would direct that, especially in this clear time of financial crisis, that some of these things be considered. On the public expression front, since I have to put 6 minutes of comments into 3 minutes, we have also substantial concerns about the status of the fallowing ordinance that was approved by this board over 30 days ago. It was directed that within 30 days, there would be a process and a fallowing affidavit provided to members of the licensed cannabis community. And it was decided that there would only be a 30-day window that folks would be able to apply. So does that start from when the affidavit is made available, or does that start from when the ordinance goes into effect last week? Because we haven't received any communications about either of these things, and this is a critical program that is going to provide much needed funds to our community and help for the local cannabis community. So I sincerely hope that we can get answers to both these questions. Thank you.
Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, supervisors. Monique Ramirez, District 3. My comments today are on the consent calendar, item 3.0, concerning the retroactive funds for the LEAP program. I just want to give some context. Back on July 20th of 2021, I submitted my request for technical assistance after being granted my award for being eligible for the grant. It wasn't until September 5th that I received a formal email from the LEAP staff stating that my request was recorded and an update would be provided to me. I sent many emails from that date, continually asking for an update on the technical assistance. At some point in time, I was told that the program was stalled until enough applicants signed up for the classes. And so I patiently waited for months and months and months. Finally, recently, at one of the latest LEAP program presentations, I asked the question again because it has now been over almost a year, or actually a little bit more than that, what's going on with the technical assistance classes that I signed up for. And I was told that now the county council is working to identify a third party consultant or whoever to assist in helping with the administration of those technical assistance classes. And until that's reviewed by county council and finalized, nothing's basically moving forward. So that's a huge shift from what I was originally told. And how this relates to the consent calendar item is about the administration of the program. So I have a really hard time seeing us potentially give more money to the LEAP program when they have not effectively done their job to this point. There has been so miscommunication, mismanagement. As you guys probably recall, back in February, I submitted a very lengthy memo about the equity program detailing, I believe there was 123 emails with the correspondence and the back and forth that I had to go through just to get to the point of finally getting my check. And all of the errors that were done, even my check wasn't even issued correctly. So something that's really concerning is recently I was doing some number crunching to identify how much funds are available to all the applicants that have applied. And if people maxed out on the allowed use that they're supposed to have, which is $67,000 total, $50K earmarked for direct grants, $2,000 for technical assistance, and now $15,000 for fee waivers, there wouldn't be enough money. However, we've been told that there is going to be more funding coming through, but I do question that might even not happen. But I did get a response from William Riley that stated there have been 0 applicants that have formally applied for technical assistance. And I'm floored that that information was told to one of our supervisors, because that's absolutely incorrect. And it makes me question that my technical assistance request has not been properly recorded. So I really hope that we can look into this and find a solution. Thank you so much.
Travis Kilmer.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, and Council Curtis. I just wanted to take a moment to talk about the Wildfire Recovery and Resiliency Survey that the PERM team launched last week. The survey focuses on the wildfires that have impacted Mendocino County over the last 5 years, and the responses that we collect from the survey will help us assess remaining unmet needs in the community, improve future disaster recovery efforts, and plan for future recovery and resiliency projects across the county. We highly recommend that anyone directly impacted by the Redwood Complex, Mendocino Complex, August Complex, Oak Fire, and Hopkins Fire complete the survey. The survey is broken down into several sections with specific questions regarding each of the previously mentioned fires, but there is also a section regarding community level disaster recovery that we encourage all county residents to complete. There are several ways you can find our survey. The easiest way is to go directly to SurveyMonkey, and you can find it at surveymonkey.com/r/Mendo Disaster Recovery. You can also find the survey on the PERM web pages, mendocinocounty.org/community/fire-recovery, and it's also on mendoready.org under the recovery tab. So we'll be collecting responses to this survey until September the 15th. And the data that we capture from this survey is just part one of a grander plan to improve the disaster recovery process in Mendocino County. PERM is also planning to hold a series of town hall style listening sessions across the county in the coming months. Thanks to our successful application to the Prepare California Jumpstart program, we already have plans to hold meetings in Boonville, Calpella, Covelo, Hopland, Ukiah, and Willits. Ideally, we would like to hold at least one additional meeting on the coast, potentially in Casper or Fort Bragg, so that there will be meetings held in every supervisorial district. If anyone has questions, I can answer them now, or you can contact Disaster Recovery at 707-234-6303, or by emailing us at disasterrecovery@mendocinocounty.org.
Ron Edwards.
I'm sorry, my hand was by mistake.
Okay. Do supervisors have any items to pull for separate consideration? Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on 3Z, and I'd like to pull for separate consideration 3O.
Let's start with a comment on 3Z.
Ms. Shattuck brought this up in public comment, and I'd just like to say that looking at the paperwork, it looks like the cost of that car allowance would be $3,000 per year. And it goes back to this MOU that is listed in the agenda.
Okay, and item 3O for separate consideration.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 3O. It's this retro agreement for, let's see. It's a retro amendment to the BOS agreement number 20-157 with Paula Groves, DBA, which is the equity grant, and it increases it by $83,000. It goes back to February, and so, I'm just, I was unaware of this. I'm on the ad hoc that's dealing with the equity grants, and Supervisor McGordy and I didn't know that this was coming about. Originally with this contract, the idea was that this Elevate, which is the contractor, would be doing about 95% of the work on these LEAP grants. And as it turns out, they're doing about 50% of the work. The county is doing the other 50%. And so there's this disconnect between the administrative costs that we're getting from the state, and we're paying them all out to Elevate, and now we have this extra retro agreement to pay them more money, and we aren't getting reimbursed internally for the work that we're doing for these LEAP grants. So I would like to see the whole thing just reevaluated for what we're getting. And certainly we've heard lots of comments from the public about lack of response from Elevate, certainly issues going on. We've been at it for a year and a half or so, and only 5 grants have gone out. And so I think that instead of reimbursing them doing this retro agreement, that we need to look at how the whole thing is being run. And I think the grand jury was looking at this too, and I'd like to know if the grand jury was aware of this cost overrun.
I have a couple questions. Supervisor Haschek, have you reached out to the department head?
I did reach out to the department head. I said I was going to pull this. I haven't heard back. But, we were not informed that this was going to come up until we saw it on the agenda.
So I'm trying to figure out how to support you. What would it mean if we were to not approve this for the current applicants? Would we find that applicants wouldn't make it through by the deadline, which I believe is end of month?
Well, I think that there's money that's gone through Cobblestone, and those checks are supposed to be cut. I don't think this would affect it, but I don't know, because I have no idea what's happening with this grant. All I know is that we are spending a lot of money, and it's retro, and we weren't aware of it, and I think that there's a better way to use those monies,
So Supervisor Haschek, I'm happy to support you, but I want to acknowledge there is a risk that if we don't pass this today and the contractor learns that we're not paying them and we have a deadline by the end of the month, no board meeting between now and then, there's the potential that equity applicants don't receive a check ever.
Well, I don't think that those checks, I think those checks are in Cobblestone and with the auditor, and so.
I don't think so.
Mr. Chair, I have only limited information. I understand that some have been completed. There might still be some in the pipe. I don't know exactly how many. I would suggest going to the cannabis department head to be able to answer that more fully.
Okay, I think we have her in Zoom. Director Nevedal?
Yeah, hello, this is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Department Director. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So I did receive an email message this morning from Supervisor Haschak and responded that I'd be available to answer questions. And this is really housekeeping, this contract. The Elevate Impact team, Paula primarily, along with staff, Stacy, and I'm apologizing, I don't remember Stacy's last name, have continued to work even past the end of the contract, which, as you can tell by the extension of the contract, ended in February when round one funding was originally slated to end or be completed. As of mid-February, just before that deadline, the state did extend the timeline for issuance of round one funding to the end of August, and the Elevate team has continued to work through without receiving pay. So this is really housekeeping to cover those payments to our contract administrator, stretching back to February and bringing us up current through the end of August. But in addition to processing round one grant applications, the Elevate team has also been processing applications that will be paid out of round two funding and likely round three funding. So this is not an overage of funds that were set aside for administration of this program. It really is just bringing the contract up to date so that we can pay the Elevate Impact administrators for the work that they've been doing. And without them supporting the county with their work, I do not believe that the department would be able to manage or facilitate this LEAP program or an equity program. We do not have staff that is specific to the program, and the county's or the department itself is understaffed and under-resourced, frankly, and have not had positions allocated specific to the processing of these grants or any other grant programs to date.
Director, can you confirm that this contract would cover work already performed by the contractor as opposed to
yes.
Forward?
Yes, this covers work performed by the contractor ending in the end of February. So it covers March, April, May, June, July, and August hours.
County Council, given that the contractor has already performed the work, do we have any concerns about unjust enrichment?
I would say no, Mr. Chair. Generally speaking, you're prohibited from increasing compensation for work already performed. However, when it's understood that something may be under negotiation, you do have the ability but not requirement to go back and provide the retroactive compensation. And in this case, it sounds like they understood that they had exceeded the provisions of the contract and that they were voluntarily doing work that they were not required to, under the understanding that the agreement would be provided to the board for approval.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Director Nevedal, Supervisor Haschak said that that the state reimbursement is being applied to the contractor, and yet the department staff, which we know is understaffed, is being tasked with doing much more of the work than was originally anticipated. What's the prognosis for using state dollars to pay to administer this program, or are we just sort of stuck using county general fund dollars and limited staff time to administer this grant program?
Well, in the 2020 to 2023 fiscal year, the department is not taking general fund money, so there will not be monies coming out of the general fund going forward to support staff or increase staffing. That was not in the department's budget. The county, prior to my coming on board, determined that a contract administrator was the way to run this program. Looking back on records, it appears that the county looked at two proposals. One, to utilize county staff to administer the program, which included administrative staff, department management, as well as planners. The second proposal that they looked at was putting this program solidly on the shoulders of a contract administrator. The county apparently chose to go with a contract administrator and did not set funds aside or allocate positions specific to the program or the department for the purposes of administering the grant. So the department has done its best to keep up with the work that the department has needed to do to try to move this program forward. But based on previous board decision, there were not funds set aside nor positions allocated specific to administering this program as far as county staff is concerned.
Supervisor Haschek.
It just seems that this is $294,000 we've spent for this Elevate business administration, and we've gotten 5 checks cut so far, and we've got something like another 30 going through Cobblestone or something like that. It just seems like dealing with this amount of people, and almost $300,000 of administration and untold amounts of administration from our cannabis department, because we're taking on half of the workload. I would just like to see the county compensated, and rather than these outside entities.
So what would that look like in terms of action today? What I'm hearing from the department is they don't have any staff to do the work. And so if we don't have a contractor, my worry is it just won't get done.
Well, like the grand jury said, this contractor was not set up to deal with Mendocino County. They're dealing with Oakland and LA mostly. They didn't know anything about the land use issues we have and all that. And so I would certainly like to have it come closer to home and have someone who knows what they're doing with this, these issues that we're dealing with, and take the burden off. It should be, if we're expecting 95% of the work to be done by this outside contractor, let's make sure that 95% of the work is being done.
So I'm not sure how to translate that. I don't disagree with you. I'm not sure how to translate that into action, because I think this money represents work that was already done by the contractor. And maybe the board selected the wrong contractor in hindsight. Or maybe there wasn't another contractor with the skill set that we need willing. But what do we do today besides express dismay?
Well, I think that the whole cannabis department needs to reevaluate how we're dealing with equity grants. And I think that the board gave, one of the issues that Supervisor McGordy and I have been working on is that the board gave utmost ability to be lenient for these grants and to use the state guidelines where applicable, and whatever the state allowed that we would allow, and if the state didn't allow it, then use that as our guidelines. And we're seeing that I think that through this process with Elevate and the cannabis department, that we're making it much more onerous on the applicants, and we should be making it as streamlined as possible.
So my understanding is we're simply following the state guidelines. If that's not the case, maybe we need to look at specific cases. My worry about asking the cannabis department to reevaluate the program is this board decided to not staff our cannabis department for working on equity. And this board hired a contractor after careful review. I don't think we can ask the director of the cannabis program to go fix this. I think this is the board's doing.
Well, I think what's happening is that the cannabis director can chime in on this if she'd like, that I think that the cannabis director is spending a lot of time overseeing this program, and the big picture is we've got to get people to their annual licenses. So I would like to see, the department either step back as much as possible and allow things to go through, put it all on Elevate if they're getting this $300,000 to manage it, but something needs to be changing. Because we can't spend, county time and resources on this project.
I'm going to agree with you about the dismay. You have me there. But I don't know that Elevate can do all of the work. I think there's review by our executive office. There's a workload on our cannabis department. There's a lot of work by our county council reviewing contracts. And from what I've heard, I mean, we have concerns about self-dealing. You can't take this grant money and hire yourself through another entity. You can't request solar panels for your residents, right? We have to follow the state guidelines. The amount of review that's gone in and back and forth, I don't think it's possible to shift that onto Elevate or any outside consultant. County council?
I think for what you're summarizing in terms of departmental work is accurate. I don't want to get too much into the specifics of what aspects of the program might be able to be modified or tweaked. I would just say one option you do have here is I mean, if you're looking to reevaluate, you could just decide not to proceed with this program. I mean, you could look at wrapping it up rather than restaffing or moving forward. I don't know if that's the desire of the board, but that if that's what we're talking about in terms of reevaluating, we may be able to bring forward some more information on that front.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that if we're spending 10% of the equity grant on administration, and we're spending 50% of the time with county council, with the cannabis department, administering this program, then we should be compensated, and we should be getting that $150,000 for our work.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, it seems like we ought to know what it's costing us to process each one of these grants. I think that would be the first bit of information that we need to decide if we're going to continue with the program or not. My impression is that in the cannabis community, this is considered a valuable resource, but there's a lot of frustration about the way how slow it is and how kind of clunky it is getting through the process. And the first thing we need to know as somebody making financial decisions, what is it costing us? What are we paying to process this? And is everybody pulling their weight who's supposed to? That's my recommendation.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has truly been a learning experience, I think, for the department, for the county. And as the county moves forward with wanting to receive more grants, to be able to utilize grants for water resources. We're already doing a very good job in our PERM department, but the county is now looking at receiving more grants for, water, trash, everything. I think that there's an opportunity through the other item that is on our agenda today for the grand jury to do a deeper dive into what happened with the equity program. But as far as I'm concerned, I would like to keep moving this ball forward as quickly as possible so that we can get the checks into the hands of the operators that need them. And so I'm willing to fully recognize that this has not been a smooth process by any means, through dealing with outside contractors, a new department, legal issues. It's not been easy. I understand that. But I just think that we need to continue to move forward and get the checks out to the applicants. I'm not sure if I heard something about stopping the process, and I want to make sure that that's not what the intention is.
Well, I think if we fail to pay the contractor, they're likely to stop work. And I mean, they've already done this work. Maybe we're not legally obligated, but I can't imagine they're going to be in a position to continue doing free work for us. So, Supervisor Haschek?
Well, certainly we're trying to get those checks out as quickly as possible, and we've been working, I've been working a lot on it. I just don't see Elevate as an effective administrator through this process, and I think that this retro was kind of a shock to me. I understand that we have to pay them for their work. I just think going forward, we need to, the county needs to be compensated, because otherwise we're shortchanging our employees and, our general fund, because we're paying for work that was supposed to be done by this outside entity.
Supervisor McGuarty.
So is there a mechanism for us to pay grant overhead on this?
CEO Alonso, could you restate the question?
Is there a mechanism in the grant process for us to receive payment for overhead for running the program, since we seem to be pretty engaged in it?
So to Director Nevedal's question earlier, I believe there is no general fund for this fiscal year going into this budget. It is all grant dollars and or license and permitting fees that she's working from. So there's no general fund in this budget.
I think the question might be, is it possible to pay the county expenses in administering the program from the grant funds? And I think the answer might be that there's 10% that can be used for that purpose, and we've allocated much of it to the contractor, Elevate.
Yeah, I think we'd have to ask Director Nevedal on those exact percentage. I don't have it in front of me. But there typically is an indirect cost that we can charge back to the grants. I think that's what you're asking.
Director Nevedal, do you believe the contractor has lived up to the contract? Or have they fallen short?
Hi, this is Director Nevedal, and I do believe the contractor has lived up to their agreement. The Elevate Impact team does all of the underwriting, provides all of the assistance to the applicants when preparing their budget and their project scopes. They also are the ones who write or tool the final agreements and then provide them to the department for approval and upload and management in the final review process. Without the contract administrators, we would have to drastically staff up. We do not have allocations for staff for grant purposes, nor have we budgeted for staff for grant purposes. Round one funding allowed for 10% of that funding to be utilized for the administration of the program, as did round two. Round three funding, which we're getting ready to move into spending down, and we're already reviewing applications for, that round three funding is been reduced in what we can utilize for administration of the program, and it's been reduced to roughly 8%. So we are losing our some ability to have funds available from the equity grant specific to administration.
Supervisor McGuarty.
I think you answered my question. So I was wondering, of the 10% that's allocated, how much is going to the contractor, and is there any wiggle room for us to sweep some of those funds to help pay for the effort that we're doing here in Mendocino County?
This is Director Nevedal, and I don't have the exact amounts that have been paid out to date, but at $2.2 million plus roughly $800,000 for round two, we're at about $3 million, which puts us at 10% of those combined grant pools would be roughly $300,000 that the state allows us to utilize for administration of the program. So we are nearing that round one and round two cap, so to speak, for administration purposes. And then, as I mentioned, round three was managed a little differently by the state. We were eligible for a percentage amount out of the general fund from the state, plus a percentage amount from monies that had been set aside from the cannabis tax fund. Combined, those percentages provide the county with roughly 8% or so of the roughly $3 million that we were awarded for round 3 for the purposes of administration. So I apologize. That's a lot of numbers to throw at you. But we could also bring a more substantial report back at a later date. If the board were to not proceed with the Elevate contract, we would have to cease processing equity applications until such time as we had allocations from the board for staffing specific to this program. I'd like to mention that other counties that do not use contract administrators, such as Humboldt County, has 4 to 5 staff specific to nothing but, or specific to solely, I should say, the execution of their equity program. So, you know, it would take us some time to make that type of pivot, some substantial time to make that type of pivot, during which we would have to cease the program.
So I just try to get 2 points of view here. So from your perspective, we have a value in working with Elevate on this contract. Supervisor Haschak has some concerns. I do as well, because I think that, you know, we hear complaints from the constituents who are involved in the program, but I don't have a completely clear picture how well-founded their complaints are. And finally, it would be really useful for us to know, what does it cost to administer this program? What are we paying out? It sounds like, Director Nevedal, that we have other funding that isn't coming out of the county general fund to cover the cost of doing it. Is that correct?
We have minimal amounts of funds that may be available. I would have to look specifically at the books to see what's available still in the administration pool. But I also want to just, you know, as we're talking about timelines, the program itself was put on hold in April. So from April to March, June, July, so it was on hold for 3 months, during which time we could not proceed with county reviews. We proceeded with department approval, but we couldn't proceed with moving those agreements through Cobblestone and the issuance of checks. This is a brand new program. And while it might not feel brand new to the applicants who have been graciously building this program with the department and the county as we get it up and running, it is a new program. And what we're sorting through and finding out right now is that, you know, we are hopefully sorting out all of the bugs and the kinks as we get round 1 and round 2 funding out. And I do anticipate smoother sailing once we get through this initial round of grant agreement.
So I want to get back to the agenda item. It's for payment to a contractor, and I think we're veering too far off into evaluation of cannabis program and equity as a whole. CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Yes, this particular item is from February 28th of 2022 to August 31. There's only 2 more weeks on this particular amendment that she's putting forward. I think what we're talking about is moving forward. What are we going to do after this? And that may be, you know, something we need to talk at another time about, on how do we want to recontract with them moving into the future.
That's exactly where I was going. So either staff, we could direct staff to bring it back for evaluation, or we could have a supervisor or 2 work on a proposal and agendize it. But I think we need to decide whether to pay this contractor for work already performed. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I think that we do need to bring it back to the full board. And, you know, obviously it seems like we need to pay this contract. It's just that it's really not a good system. And the county is expending too much time and resources on these equity grants. But we do need to get the equity grants out. It's been way too long, and it's been too micromanaged.
Supervisor Haschak, would you be willing to bring back an agenda item with a concrete proposal?
Well, I think that the department should bring it back and bring it before the board, because I don't understand the contract. I mean, none of us understand the contract with Elevate. We haven't seen any of the information for it. We don't know what's happening. We don't know how many people are working there. But, you know, that's what we have, so we need to go ahead.
I want to be careful that we give clear direction to the director, because I'm too dismayed. I don't think the performance hits a threshold of breach of contract. I think the contractor has carried forward. It may be that we're looking for something more, which is probably means we need to pay more. Does this board want the director to bring back a more expensive proposal? We've been trying to do this on the cheap, and I think we're seeing performance commensurate with doing it on the cheap.
Well, I don't know if we're doing it on the cheap or not. We're certainly paying all of the overhead to Elevate. I think that we need to be compensated for what's realistic and what we're doing and to get these grants through.
What we hear, though, is Humboldt County has 4 to 5 full-time employees. That's far more expensive than what we're doing.
Well, they might be getting compensated for it, too. Instead of paying outside, maybe they're doing it internally.
All right. Public comment? Michael Katz.
Thank you, supervisors, and county staff, and Director Nevedal for this conversation. I want to just highlight the importance of maintaining this equity program. The questions being raised are related to how it has been administered, and there is certainly no desire on the part of the community to do anything, that the board should do anything to stop in any way the distribution of these funds that have already been held up for so long. Actually, I was kind of shocked to hear County Council make that proposal because we have been working to try to release that bottleneck for months. These funds are not just to support, I mean, these funds are going to be going directly to the county as well. Ultimately, I mean, we're talking about fees and equity waivers through this equity program that has put told $1 million+ in tax revenues to the county that our local operators would not have been able to pay otherwise. So please don't cut off the nose to spite the face. The message here is we have to fix the broken program. It's not throw the entire thing out. When we are already so struggling with budgetary issues in this county and we have these lifelines coming in, it's our duty to figure out how to make them most efficient and maximize their implementation. To that point, that has not happened. There is nobody on this process who would say that has happened. And I understand it's a new program, but the micromanagement that Supervisor Haschek has been speaking to has been substantial. And we have to dig into where those problems are to alleviate them happening in the future. We desperately need, as a community, these funds to continue to come in. The state has determined that this will be an ongoing program. If because our administrative capabilities fail to support those efforts by the state and we are not able to distribute those funds, then we are failing not just the members of the community who have suffered through the war on drugs, but also the entire community who will benefit from the infusion of these funds into our local economy. And let's please not forget, the reason we have an equity program in Mendocino County is because due to our equity assessment, which determined that Mendocino County was second in the state only to Humboldt for amount of paramilitary activity that was conducted to eradicate cannabis that terrorized members of this community for decades, that is the source of this income. And so of these grant revenues. And so that needs to be considered. These people are victims. We need to be helping the community, not continuing to hurt them by drawing out this process and then saying, hey, maybe let's throw the whole thing out. Let's try to solve some of these problems rather than push them off. And we have provided recommendations on how to do this, and we continue to be willing to work directly with the county and county staff on improving those operations. Thank you for your consideration. In general, I would say we can't stop Elevate from doing the work that needs to happen, but we need to fix the system.
Phone number ending in 5225.
Hi, this is Hannah Nelson. I want to first echo what Michael Katz just said, and very eloquently. And I want to add one more component, and that is that whether in the context of the grand jury report committee that is later formed, or in the context, hopefully, of an eventual standing committee on cannabis, issues do need to be resolved, and we are building the plane while flying it. And it's imperative that we have an overall assessment of a lot of efficiencies, and without blame, and without just moving forward in a productive manner. And the answer is to not stop a program, but rather when millions and millions and millions of dollars are coming into the county and being reinvested locally, it's imperative that we look and see how can we improve the systems so that it actually functions. I appreciate all of the work that's being done, and I hope that in the context of perhaps a standing committee regarding cannabis issues, this can be dealt with on an ongoing basis and really dialed in to figure out the right combination. Thank you.
Ron Edwards. Ron Edwards, and then we'll go to interim.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I think this.
Ron, we've lost your audio.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Is that better? Okay. You know, we continue to race to these car wrecks. It keeps bringing up, we need a standing committee. We need a standing committee. And this has been going on for 6 or 7 years. And I know that the supervisors are tired of working on this, but I hope you see that being tired of something doesn't resolve the issue. It just keeps it coming back. So I think it's time to really just put the time in this and just stop kicking it down the road. Thank you.
Sarah Reith again. I really appreciate the discussion on this item, and I've been jotting questions down in my notebook, and one of them was, you know, what's in the contract? What are we getting for this $300,000? And I did Supervisor Haschak say that this sort of came as a surprise to the ad hoc committee, which has been working on the LEAP program, and he doesn't know what's in the contract, what's been added since February, what kind of value have we seen in the last few months. We've heard that maybe we could switch contractors, maybe. There was some suggestion of canceling the program. I don't know what happens if those checks, after these 5 checks, don't make it into people's hands and we have to recoup the money to the state. We also have to recoup the $300,000 that we've given to Elevate under contract, or are we just no longer eligible for more grant money? And I guess just as a transparency advocate, I was really hoping that the grand jury report would make everybody kind of sit up and really pay attention and be transparent and make sure that everybody knew what was going on. And it just kind of seems like this came as a surprise, and there are still a lot of questions and a lot of money just kind of floating around that we don't know if it's going to be allocated to the people it's supposed to be allocated to. And I just really hope that this becomes available to the public so we know what's going on and continue to be eligible for money to get people to their state licenses finally. Because I'm kind of tired of it also. I'd like it to be resolved. Thank you.
Sarah, I think the problem is this state program, like a lot of state programs, doesn't cover local government's cost. And we're saying we want our staff and the contractor to be paid out of the 10%. I don't know that it's possible. It may be that if we pay our staff what's left, we wouldn't get any bids on a contract. It's just too little to do the work. And what's been pointed out is our entire cannabis program is living off state funds at this point. It's not using our general fund. So irrespective of which pool of state money it comes out of, the state is paying, at least for this year, maybe next year.
And are we going to look for a contractor who has more planners who are familiar with our situation here?
And I think we would need to pay more. That's certainly an option the board has, is we could pay the contractor for the work performed and put out a request for a proposal and go through the process again and select a different contractor, maybe with different performance metrics. I imagine it would cost a lot more. If it can be paid from state funds, maybe we would support it. If it's general fund, it worries me that we don't know if we have funds to give a COLA to our employees, but we're empire building with state cannabis equity. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, as far as the question about are the checks going to be sent out, we've sent out 5 checks so far. My understanding from county council and the auditor's office is that the rest of the checks that were being held up because of the misuse process and procedure that needed to be clarified are going to be sent out within the next few days. And so that's not at risk. My understanding from the department is that, we will meet our obligation for spending the money by August 31st. And so the question is, like with this discussion about the whole Elevate, is that I was a little surprised to hear that we weren't spending any general fund money on the equity grant, because my understanding is that when we have county council time, that's general fund money. When we have the department heads time, that's general fund money. And when we have the assistant department head, that's general fund money. When we have board of supervisor time, that's general fund money. So we are spending a lot of time and money on it.
County Council?
Thank you. I IM'd my office manager while that point was being discussed to ask about how our billing was going with respect to the cannabis, because even though we try to track by departments, there are some that end up, because of the A87 on a 2-year lag, or may not be fully captured. So I wouldn't want to create a false impression that there's no general fund resources that go in to the program. Even when we're capturing at a weighted rate, we're not necessarily capturing the full cost of the time and resources that are going into a program. So there is some uncaptured general fund.
How much money is going out of the county council's office with the grants that were caught up in the misuse, and how many checks does that represent?
Council?
I'm sorry, I don't have those numbers. The department might be able to speak to that. I will say there was a number that were in process that have now gone through. I don't know if there. I also don't know if there are still more in the pipeline that may be coming down soon here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the issue of transparency, the contract was approved at the November 17th, 2020 meeting. I was not on the board at that time. The contract does include the number of hours that were estimated, and I think it would be fairly simple to ask the contractor to provide the number of hours, why the cost overruns, and provide that back to us. I really don't think that this is some nefarious thing. I think it's a new project. It didn't go as planned, and we can move forward, get the accounting reconciled, and take up how we move forward with the additional equity grants during the grand jury discussion or future items. And I think, and county council might disagree with me that this is appropriate time to say this, but I'm going to say it anyways. I think that cannabis items should be referred to general government, which is a standing committee that already exists, and it has clerk of the board time that already exists. It has a calendar that exists. And because the equity grant, in my opinion, is so tied to the grand jury report, I don't think that would be the most efficient way to do this particular item. I think we have that. We can do that today, but in the future, I think that's probably the most streamlined way to move forward with being able to have cannabis discussions.
Do you want to see if there's board support for general government as the cannabis destination? Supervisor McGordy?
There has to be some methodology for board interaction. And I also think that it's a complicated enough subject. I advocate for actually having a technical advisory committee like we do for the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, because in the way we're set up to govern, we need information for the board to be able to make good decisions, and having somebody kind of pre-vet it and come with recommendations is really, really helpful, because it is a really highly technical item. There's a lot of moving parts to it, not only in the cultivation of the plant, but then also the legal systems for taxation and sales and everything associated with it. So I like the idea of general government taking it on. It needs to be put into some sort of a framework that exists.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, long-winded.
That's okay. Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, I've said for a long time that there needs to be a standing committee dealing with cannabis.
Supervisor Jordy?
A reluctant yes.
Okay, and I'm a yes. So there's direction to staff. Any cannabis items should be funneled through general government standing committee.
Chair Williams?
Yep.
We do have one more voicemail comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Josh Artman, Agenda Item 3O. I voice support for MCA's concerns regarding Agenda Item 3O. Elevate and the Mendo County administrators have certainly profited from state funds earmarked for farmers whom have yet to see a dime. This was our lifeline, and it's been hijacked by the same admin heads that are suffocating our really a poor attempt. Josh Artman, Agenda Item 3O. I voice support for MCA's concerns regarding Agenda Item 3O. Elevate and the Mendo County administrators have certainly profited from state funds earmarked for farmers whom have yet to see a dime. This was our lifeline, and it's been hijacked by the same admin heads that are suffocating our really a poor attempts at regulating what is the lifeblood of our economy, legal cannabis. Paula, God bless her, has made more money so far than all the farmers that have received money. We really should be talking about how the county has spent our funds with these admin fees so far. Did we, the people, approve that? We have to be smarter about handling the farmer money. The state gave the worst-rated cannabis county money to save their cannabis farmers. What could go wrong with that? Let's have all the departments approve each application and each department take a cut. Five people have got their money, and everybody else is waiting for this stamp of approval from a piece of paper that just sits on a desk somewhere. That piece of paper that's just sitting there, it's got to be moved to the next desk. Enough is enough. I bet county council isn't concerned with how all these admins of this grant are spending their admin fees for sitting on our grant money. No line items for them or liability issues. Fuzzy math doesn't work, as the county's well aware of. We're not good at accounting. We have to be smarter about this. Farmers can't wait for that project that needed done last year for money this year. Please settle this for us and help us out. God bless y'all. Take care and do better.
That concludes the public comment.
Okay, I think Supervisor Mulhern was also asking for direction on itemized bill to come back for review. Was that to the department head or to CEO?
No, that would be to the department head to work with the contractor on, and I don't see that would be a challenge.
Okay, is there board support? Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, certainly.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Jordy?
Yeah.
And I support it. Director Nevedal, can you submit the invoicing from the contractor? And if it's not available, request it.
Yes, and would you like me to bring that back as an agendized item at a future meeting?
I think you can just make it available to the board and the public as available.
Via the MCD report, so to speak?
You could do that, put it on the website, County Council.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, the CEO and I were just discussing whether it might be appropriate to go to the standing committee since it was just referred there. But
Yeah.
If you just want to give it to the board, and then if anyone wants to move with any action on it, the standing committee could start that process.
And my understanding is cannabis items will no longer come to the full board without first going through the general government standing committee. Is that correct?
So I think the board may still have some items that you have to take up initially, and there may be things that do not necessarily go through the committee first. I think we're going to have to look at that process a little bit, but there may be some, I might characterize them as relatively routine items that may still go through the board process first.
And for the record, an item that does go through general government will receive public comment at general government, not at regular board meeting. Is that correct?
Unless there is a change to the item between when it went to the standing committee and when it comes to the full board.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the board approves the consent calendar with a majority vote today, I don't think it's necessary to bring the item to general government. I think it would be more appropriate for Director Nevedal to work with the contractor, send an email to the board, and I believe a suggestion was to add it into the report as a summary. I don't think it needs to be its own item if we're going to move forward with payment of the
Is that a
contract.
motion?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Well, I'll second, but I had comment too.
A second by McGordy, a comment by Haschak.
That, I'm glad that we're forming this standing committee, but I think Supervisor McGordy and I, as an ad hoc, we have a placeholder for October 3rd to bring an item forward dealing with cannabis issues. So, and then the standing committee could deal with everything after that. And also, Sarah Reith brought up those questions about the checks being cut. I'd like Director Nevedal to respond to that about, are we going to meet the August 31st deadline for expenditure of those funds? Are those checks going to be cut by the end of the month?
Director, can you answer that question?
Yes, hello, Director Nevedal. We certainly hope that we'll meet those deadlines by the end of the month. As reviews were not resumed until late in July, there have been some questions that have come up on grant applications as they've moved through the county processing and review system. We're working all hands on deck with staff in the department as much as we can afford to do, and with the Elevate team to address those questions and rework agreements where necessary. So we are optimistic that we will meet the spend down.
CEO Antle, as I understand, the auditor, controller, tax collector will be cutting the checks. And what is the deadline for the department to notify the auditor in order to get the checks issued before the end of the month?
Yesterday, we suggested to the department that they reach out to the auditor controller and see if she's able to do an extra or special run for these particular checks if they don't make it through. As of yesterday, all had been cleared through the executive office, and I don't know where their next stop was after that, but Director Nevedal can look into Cobblestone, and we had all hands on deck moving those forward. So she would need to communicate with Auditor Controller Shamise Cubison to ask for a special run if she can't make it by Thursday of this week.
Director Nevedal, can you make it by Thursday, or have you reached out to the Auditor Controller?
I believe we had a miscommunication based on email I received. I believed that the executive office was reaching out to the Auditor Controller for an extension to 8/25 on processing checks. So we can do that outreach today. We will not have 100% of the checks we need processed to ensure spend down prepared by Thursday of this week. There are still a number of grant applications moving through the county system. And so, so we are doing our best and tracking in Cobblestone on a hour-to-hour basis to try to continue to move those agreements forward.
So I think the board would like confirmation before the meeting adjourns today that the Auditor Controller can issue checks before the end of the
The
month.
special run for August
Yeah.
31st has been approved.
It has. Okay. Supervisor Haschak, are you content?
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Does staff need a break? Okay, let's take a break until 11 o'clock.
So I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution.
I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
In regard to MendoReady.org presentation, sponsored by the Executive Office.
Darcy Antle, CEO. I would like to introduce Garrett James, the OES acting OES coordinator for the County of Mendocino, and Schwen Ung, which I don't see Schwen at the moment, but okay. Go ahead, Garrett.
Chair of the Board Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, thank you for having me. I'm Garrett James, Acting Emergency Services Coordinator, and today I'm here to give a brief overview of MendoReady.org. MendoReady.org is a one-stop shop for emergency information in Mendocino County. The landing page of MendoReady.org is the current emergencies page. One of the first things that you'll notice is that on the top left of the corner, there is a translation tool. This tool allows you to translate the main content of the website into over 100 different languages. This is what the website looks like when it is translated into Spanish. On this page, you will also find links to sign up for Mendo Alert, which is the Everbridge system, and Nixle, Mendocino County's opt-in emergency alert systems, as well as links to COVID-19 and drought information. Next, you will find the current emergencies map that contains pre-established Mendocino County evacuation zones for large-scale emergencies. To find your zone, choose the icon on the top right corner of the map. Then you will select the magnifying glass, enter your address, and then select on the zone. The zone information will pop up on the left-hand side in the margin. A few things to note is that the City of Ukiah and Fort Bragg use a different naming convention. This zone is more representative of a county zone. In the county zones, the first number is the fire district that the zone is in. The next three letters are the city that the zone is near, and the last two letters are the number of the zone. MendoReady.org also contains a live Everbridge, Nixle, and Twitter feed that is linked to the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office Twitter account, as well as additional social media resources. On the current emergency page, there is also links that will lead you to information regarding road closures, utility outages, and school closures. The Know Your Hazards page contains the Cal OES My Hazards tool. This tool allows you to input your address and will give you information about the hazards that have historically affected your area. The hazards here in the executive office are typically earthquake and flood hazards. The Know Your Hazard page also contains hazard-specific information and what you should do in the event we face these hazards, as well as some preparedness information. On the Plan and Prepare page, you will find information on how to stay informed. This link talks about different alerting systems and how you can stay informed and where to seek information from in the event of an emergency. This page also talks about how to prepare your home and how to create a plan, and there's a template included. And even lists of what you should pack in your emergency supply kit and go bag so that you're ready to go at a moment's notice. The recovery page has recovery information and resources. If you have not taken the time to visit MendoReady.org, we encourage that you do so today. Please take the time to prepare your family for all emergencies that we may face and sign up for emergency alerts, Mendo alerts, and Nixle. And familiarize yourself with your evacuation zone. If you have any questions at this time, I will try my best to answer them. Thank you.
Can you talk about why a resident should know their evacuation zone?
Of course. It's important to know your zone in case there is an emergency. They'll put out emergency alerts and they should have the zone information in there. And it'll be able to help you quickly recognize that you're in that zone and be able to get you out a little bit quicker.
And can you talk about why residents need to sign up for both alerting systems?
Of course. The alerting systems, the Mendo Alert and the Nixle are opt-in systems, and they function a little bit differently. Nixle functions as a text message, so you'll just get a text message in the event they send out a Nixle alert. And Mendo Alert has a little bit more capability where it'll send you a text message, but it also might give you a phone call, which functions as like the reverse 911 system. And it could also send you an email as well, depending on the information that you put in there.
Board questions? Public comment in room? Public comment online, raise hand or *9.
Hi, Carrie. I just have a quick question about that because I've gotten a Nixle alert before and it just tells you all of the different zones. And in an emergency, I didn't know what my zone was and people don't have time to go looking for it. I'm currently on their website and when it says look up your zone, you can't go into what the zone number is. Like I'm on my tablet and I'm scrolling in. So I think it needs to be made a lot easier for people to know what their zones are. Thank you.
Garrett, can you add some insight?
Yeah, the way the map currently functions, it's a Google map, so depending on your device, it might function a little bit differently. There should be a way to access it on any device that you use, but it might just, the functionality, it might be different.
Would it be possible to send an alert telling people what their zone is? We know their address. We should be able to look it up and notify them with their zone?
I don't think the alerting system functions that way, and the alerting system is now with the sheriff's office. So it'd have to be something to discuss with them. But I don't think the alerting system will function to send alerts per each zone.
CEO Antle?
Correct. I was just going to state that the alert and warning system is under the Sheriff's Office. Mind already does provide the link and post those alerts on it, but you need to go in ahead of time. I know the team spent time during the fair at a booth training people. We were really encouraged at the number of adults that actually asked their children to come over and work with us to make sure that they all know their zone.
Do you know your zone?
No.
No, see, I don't know mine either. Carrie Shattuck brings up a good point, and if I got an alert right now, I wouldn't know if it applies to me. Is there, I know I could go online and learn it, but 100,000 population, you will always have people who don't remember their zone. Is there another system for getting that zone information out? If we know the address registered with the phone number in our alerting system, couldn't we cross-reference and notify people that they're in an affected zone and remind them of what their zone is?
Darcy Antle, CEO. I think that's something we can work with the team about and get the word out. We have been going to the MACs and the fire districts, showing and displaying, not to be harsh, but on me, it's my responsibility to know as a citizen living in this county, so I should be motivated to go on and do the work.
Maybe, but it's like, you know, you're digging and finally you realize I should let the tractor do the work. Shouldn't we let the technology do the work? We have a database. We should be able to cross-reference and tell people the information they need rather than expecting that they've memorized their zone.
We can see what we can do and get back to you.
Thank you. Any further board comments, or can we accept the presentation? Okay, presentation accepted. On to item 4B. In regard to presentation by Behavioral Health Advisory Board 2021 annual report, sponsored by Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
Hello, board members. I'm Michelle Rich with the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I'm the chair, and I'm here to present the 2021 annual report, which you all have received a copy of. Before I proceed, I do see that Dr. Miller has joined us and would want to cede the floor to her if she has any comments before I dive in.
Dr. Miller.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Janine Miller. I'm going to hand it really over to our chair, Rich. I do want to take just a moment to thank all of our members that serve on our Behavioral Health Advisory Board. They are volunteers. They put in a lot of free time and effort. And I think over the last 2 years, they have been more involved in the department and our programs than they ever have been. And I want to acknowledge Chair Rich for really doing a lot of work with the board and staying on even when she didn't want to be the chair again. The board has really liked having Chair Rich as our chair, and they've done a lot of work. And so I just want to take a moment to thank them for all their work and all of our members and give it back to Chair Rich.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. So I'm not going to go over the report verbatim. It is in the agenda packet. I do want to highlight some of our recommendations that were at the end of it, and specifically around the staffing issues. I think that overall we've seen really extraordinary numbers of people needing behavioral health services at higher levels of severity. Largely due to COVID isolation restrictions around there, especially with our youth. At the same time, we have had a challenge retaining and recruiting providers at all levels of staffing. And I know the ASO and agencies in county work very hard to be competitive, but the reality is there's just not enough providers across the country, and particularly difficult to recruit in our rural area. So the challenge is if we can't get people from the outside, we really do need to think about how we can raise our own providers, from rehab specialists all the way up through clinicians. And, our first recommendation is around having an ad hoc committee to make actionable recommendations on how to create a pipeline and create recruitment incentives to have more people who can provide these services. I think that the staff that we have in the county who do this work are doing incredible work. They work very hard. They're very dedicated to their clients. There's just not enough of them. And that does create strain and burden and high levels of burnout. I think it's one of the, in my opinion, one of the most critical issues. The other item I wanted to make sure the board is aware of is just the severity of need in our children. For many, many years, the children's system of care was very stable and was meeting the needs of our children. It's been difficult to keep up with the increase in need for children in the last 2 years. And this has resulted in less timeliness of service and, families not really getting the help they need when they need it most. And that's really unusual, I think, in the history of the scope of the children's system of care. And is something I want to continue to highlight is that if we don't address the needs of our children now, it's going to create higher levels of need when they're adults, when it's more expensive and harder to treat. And I do also at the same time want to commend our adult services. They've worked very hard over the last couple of years to build a system that meets the needs of our adults in the specialty mental health population. And I think that those service levels, though there are challenges, are able to better meet the needs at this point than our children's system. Lastly, I think that, housing continues to be one of the prime issues. And I know that's not new, but it's hard to get people stable if they don't have adequate housing. And so the Behavioral Health Advisory Board continues to advocate for housing for seriously mentally ill population and really housing at all levels to keep people from experiencing more serious mental health symptoms. With that said, my very last item before I open up for comments is I just did want to draw attention to the vacancies on our board. We have had some turnover. This is, largely due to changes in people's life circumstances, but we do have several vacancies. There's one in the 2nd district, 2 in the 3rd district, and 3 in the 4th district. And it's been an ongoing challenge to recruit in the COVID environment. But I think that I just encourage both the board and the public to take note. And the Behavioral Health Advisory Board is really happy to help in any way we can to ensure we have voices from the whole county represented on our committee. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board or public may have.
Supervisor McGordy.
First, thank you so much for the work that you and the board do, because I know personally Behab takes a fair amount of time and attention to really get to through the meetings and then to put a report together. So I just want to let you know sincerely from my point of view, I thank you for all the work that you're doing. And I'm sure most of my supervisors, all of my supervisors agree with me. So just a couple of quick questions as I read through this. What is an IMD stay?
Item D.
IM as in Mac, stay, IMD.
Okay. And the question?
Supervisor McGordy is asking, what is an IMD stay?
Oh. Dr. Miller, can you explain that in more detail?
Yeah, so IMD is generally, it stands for Institute for Mental Disease. And that is a federal term, which you hear a lot of when we talk about the Medi-Cal exclusion for IMDs. It's the Institute for Mental Disease. Generally, that could refer to one of our psychiatric facilities, but a lot of times what we're talking about is our LPS conservatorships, so Lanterman Petrick Short conservatorships. And a lot of those facilities, when you get to that higher level, they are called IMDs. So they meet the IMD exclusion for the federal. We often call them MHRCs, board and cares. So that is where you see that IMD terminology. Really, a lot of times either relates to either a psychiatric hospitalization stay or a placement for an LPS conservatee.
Another question I have for you is that, do you track data for racial and ethnic information? I'm just curious about how effective is outreach to our various communities?
Yeah, that data is collected for the Mental Health Service Act funds. We do receive reports quarterly on those data trends. The ASO also does track those. I will say that there are challenges, I would say, in the categorizing of how people identify versus how various forms identify. I think you can see that in the data notebook. They asked a lot of questions specifically around demographics, and the board really felt that it didn't capture the way people experience their identities in their lives. So it is tracked, and it is something the board routinely receives data on.
And finally, also, there's a lot of discussion lately around SUDT, which I know the Behavioral Health Advisory Board is responsible for, and I just kind of curious what's your take, and what has the board discussed it in length, or is it something that comes up on your agendas, or where are you on that?
Yeah, so we do receive regular updates on the service data in our director's report every month on the SUDT programs, in terms of, number of clients completing the programs. We do regularly have the program manager come and talk about the programs. We've had providers come and give additional education. I think that there's definitely more education that our board and the public could have on those issues. I think especially related to use of Measure B funds. I don't think that beyond the Kemper report's recommendation, there's many needs, and I don't know that beyond the Kemper report there's been identification, certainly not by our board, of what the best use of funds would be to meet needs around SUDT. It is a topic we do have on our agenda on an ongoing basis in some form or fashion, and certainly will have further discussion as things emerge around different funding proposals for Measure B, so that we can make an appropriate recommendation.
Yeah, so I know I'm certainly concerned when we look at the death rate from fentanyl and other opiates. It's obviously a plague on Mendocino County, yeah. and having access for everyone to receive treatment around the county is also an issue. So I'm sure that we'll collectively be discussing this in the coming year. Thank you.
Definitely.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you. Michelle, you're still on the Measure B Oversight Committee?
I am, yes. I serve in my role as chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So I'm sure you'll have some input there and help to educate everyone about what the issues are. So thank you.
Of course.
Public comment in room. Online, press *9 or raise hand. That concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Any further questions, or should we accept the presentation?
We should accept the presentation.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm the supervisor's representative
for this board, and I attend as many meetings as I can. And I'm just grateful for all of the volunteers and the incredible amount of time that they spend and the truly thoughtful feedback that they give to Dr. Miller and about the services that the county's providing and that our ASO is providing. I think that they're very well connected within the community, and they provide excellent feedback, and it would be really great to see the 4th District represented. And I've struggled to add my 3rd District 2 representative because the people that I have interested have been unable to qualify due to conflicts. So you should have an application soon, Michelle, for a 2nd District rep. And I just want to express gratitude for all the work that you do. And I'll second.
Thank you.
And I'd like to remind supervisors we can cross district lines. If a district can't come up with applicants, we can certainly appoint from elsewhere. All right, thank you. Presentation accepted. We're on to item 4G. And this is regarding creation of an ad hoc committee to respond to the 2021-22 grand jury reports. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I probably should have clarified it could be one or more ad hocs, given that there are a number of different reports. The grand jury issues its reports on an annual basis. The board has an obligation to go ahead and respond. I believe the deadline is going to end up being in September for the upcoming reports. As on an annual basis, the County Council's office usually brings forward an item to the board to have a creation of the ad hocs to allow the board to go ahead and craft its responses and have those approved and sent back. So what I'm requesting at this time is that the board simply appoint one or more ad hocs to address that, so they can then craft responses and bring them back for approval by the full board.
Supervisors, any willing participants? Supervisor Mulhern.
But let me pull up the specific grand jury reports that have.
Yeah, do we have a list of all the reports?
My apologies. It may not be on the item. I can read them off here. The Measure B re-examined, Mendocino County Jail, County Programs Last Resort, Public Administrator, Public Conservator, and Public Guardian, Redwood Valley County Water District, the Mendocino County Cannabis Equity Grant Program, Building the Airplane While It's Flying, that's in quotes, and then Community Corrections Partnership. Those are the reports that have findings and recommendations that will have a response from the County Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chair, I am interested in Measure B, the County Programs of Last Resort Community Corrections Partnership. Of course, I'm also interested in the jail and cannabis, but I don't want to be the only supervisor that's interested in everything. That tends to be the case. So I'll yield, but I would be interested in.
So I think the board should decide: do we want one ad hoc for all of these responses, or do we want to divide it up? Maybe we could do a straw poll. Supervisor Haschak.
Certainly divide it up.
McGordy?
Divide it up.
Mulhern and Jurdy. Supervisor Jurdy, you're muted.
I think you could have one ad hoc do it all, but sure.
Okay. So how do the three of you want to divide it up? Supervisor Mulhern, you offered a proposal. Was that all but the last two?
Well, I think that for Supervisor McGordy to work on the Redwood Valley County Water District grand jury report would be the most knowledgeable supervisor, and Supervisor Williams, Chair Williams, you would be the most knowledgeable in the Mendocino Special District for your district.
I would be on the equity and Measure B.
This is a really inefficient process we have here. So let's start with the formation of the first ad hoc. Supervisor Mulhern, can you remind us what you listed off?
Measure B, county programs of last resort, CCP, and I don't know if I said the jail, but I'd be interested in that too. I did have a question for county council. Would it need to be 2 supervisors on each report, or could it just be 1?
You could certainly delegate to 1 to draft and to bring back. Traditionally, it's been an ad hoc, but I don't believe that there's any requirement to that effect.
Is there a supervisor who would like to join Mo?
I would like to be on an ad hoc relating to the jail.
One at a time.
Why don't we take 1 report at a time and have 2 supervisors that are interested in that topic?
I would go with Supervisor Jurdy with the jail.
Okay. Okay, assigned. Next.
Measure B re-examined, which I think Supervisor Hashak was interested in, and I was also interested.
Okay, assigned.
County programs of last resort, which I said I was interested in.
Do we have 1 more? Okay, so Mo by herself.
Cannabis equity grants, which I guess I am interested in all things cannabis, but I'm wondering if the 2 supervisors that worked on the cannabis ad hoc would be the most appropriate to work on that, or if it should be 2 different supervisors, or just 1 supervisor.
Well, I'd certainly work on it.
So we have John, and Glenn, do you still have an appetite for cannabis? You know, it's kind of a political boat anchor. That's why I gave it to you.
Yeah, I know. So, no, I'm very happy to work on this one since we've been hearing lots about it, and we're probably a little bit more up to speed than Supervisor Mulhern is.
Okay. So Glenn and John.
Then CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership.
Mm-hmm. Mo and who? Mo by herself.
Mr. Chair, I might have missed it, but I didn't hear the, for the Redwood Valley County Water District report, there were a few findings and recommendations that pertain to the board on that one.
We haven't gotten there yet.
We haven't gotten to it. Okay, so CCP will be Mo.
And the Mendocino County Jail, which sounded like it was Jarity and Hashak. And the Redwood Valley County Water District.
I can handle that easily.
And
by yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Mendocino Special Education Services.
Sorry, I'm not seeing that on the list of the ones that required a board response.
Okay. Well, then I guess we're done.
So I counted 7. County Council, is that your count?
I have 6, Mr. Chair.
So we have, oh, I counted jail twice. I have 6. Yeah, so, yeah, go for it.
So I have Mulhern and Hashak for Measure B re-examined, Hashak and McGordy for Cannabis Equity Grants, Mulhern for Programs of Last Resort, Hashak and Jurdy for the jail, Mulhern for CCP, and McGordy for the Redwood Valley County Water District.
And County Council, are we giving these ad hocs names?
I think you can title them however you'd like. I think it'd be sufficient just to say that it's a grand jury response for that report.
Okay, the clerk will work it out. Supervisor McGordy?
So what is our timeline? When do we want to have this back?
I would suggest bringing it back at the next meeting, which would be September 13th.
And when you say bring back a vote-ready response.
Correct. The board might decide to make changes at that point, but that ideally would be something that could be voted on at that time.
Okay. So along those lines, so in order to be prepared for the packet, when would we have to have any written material put together?
All documents would have to be submitted no later than August 29th.
Is that enough time for you, Mo? Because you've got the biggest assignment.
That's a very quick turnaround.
We can attach it after the publication. Clerk saying no.
Sorry, go ahead.
Darcy Antle, CEO. We would need the agenda summary by August 29th. The attached documents would need to be in by the end of that week, as there is a holiday on the 5th. So it gives you a little bit more time.
Give us the date.
Friday, September 2nd.
September 2nd. Everybody agrees? Okay. Direction given, I think we can move on. And we have a closed session item with outside counsel that'll be costly if we delay. We have the next item, 4D, was estimated to be 30 minutes. I think we can fit it in before the break. CEO?
I think we could go to 4E. I think I got that right.
Also,
the PRA.
also estimated to be 30 minutes. Okay. So this is item 4E in regard to adoption of a resolution creating a program for subsidizing requests for Mendocino County public records by media services, sponsored by County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board had previously adopted the ordinance to create the fee structure for Public Records Act fees, and at the time of the passage of the final ordinance, the board indicated that it wanted to have a program for subsidizing media requests. At that time, I was targeting the August 2nd as a date to be able to come back with a program. I want to apologize to the board and to any media organizations. I am behind. What I would like to do, given our upcoming calendar here, is the next meeting would not be until September 13th. So the proposal would be to essentially adopt a resolution at this point to provide the CEO the ability to go ahead and institute the program administratively, so that that could be implemented before that deadline were to occur. And what we could do is also provide an update to the board as to the specifics, and then give the board an opportunity to make any adjustments or modifications, or to direct any adjustments or modifications that it may want at an upcoming meeting. Very roughly, what we're seeing is we've had some preliminary discussions with the executive office. There's some details in the program that need to be worked out. One of the ones is eligibility criteria, essentially defining what is going to be a media organization that's going to receive the exemption, not exemption, but funding of Public Records Act requests. I think that's going to be easy for some of the media organizations that are well established. Anyone that's broadcasting through some sort of FCC license, anyone that's a newspaper of general circulation, those are easy. What's going to be more challenging is I expect that, knowing the media base in this county, knowing how rural we are, I think you're probably going to want to be incorporating some internet providers, or not internet providers, but internet media organizations as well, and being able to define some criteria there that is slightly different than maybe everyone with a Facebook page, or things that would be very easy to game, say by a corporate data collector, to be able to simply set up something very easily to circumvent the fees, but at the same time not creating too high of a threshold to prevent sort of legitimate publishers of things of local interest to be able to receive exemptions. And then additionally, I don't think we're going to need to do any budget adjustment as part of this, because right now the hours that would be spent on this are already accounted for in the existing budgets for this upcoming fiscal year, and there are no fees calculated into those budgets to cover those salaries. So we will need to figure out a little bit of the structure with respect to what that looks like on the journal entries, and how that's to be reflected. But we don't certainly we don't need an appropriation of more funds at this point, and we're not currently seeing that we will need a budget adjustment, but we'll also need to work out some criteria with respect to essentially how many hours each month that ends up being. I think the intent is going to be for it to be substantial but not overwhelming, and then how that might be allocated on a per recipient basis, or whether there's an overall pool in a budget that might be divided up. So I don't have specific answers on those at this point. Certainly, if the board has any sort of suggestions or guidance it wants to offer, but we need to get this done, and we need to get this moving. I think as of this week, it's been 30 days since the ordinance passed, so I would like to get this up and running as soon as possible.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I appreciate County Council working on this and bringing it forward, and I would move to adopt the resolution.
Okay. I want to make sure we get public comment, but is there a second? Okay, motion on the floor. Supervisor McGordy.
So will there be an application and vetting process for people who are requesting this?
Yes, I think that's going to be necessary. However, I don't want to create a program that's going to increase the overall amount of administrative work in a way that sort of exceeds the benefit that's being received. So in discussions with Deputy CEO from the CEO's office and sort of analyzing this on our own, what we're thinking is that a relatively short application form, something that would really just establish some very basic criteria and would not require substantial vetting. Essentially, for most media organizations, I think it's going to be relatively straightforward to be able to determine eligibility and to be able to get that on file. I don't know that it's going to have to be exceptionally arduous for the ones that are more borderline. I think they essentially need, the more we can have some simple objective criteria, whether that's amount of circulation, et cetera. I do want to emphasize, I think this is probably known to everyone, but I really want to make sure that I'm clear on this up front. From a First Amendment standpoint, every piece of criteria is going to have to be viewpoint neutral. So, we can't look at things like quality of the reporting, how accurate we think the information is, what is expressed as part of it. It's really got to be something that's tied to things like circulation, something that is showing that this is effectively reaching a sufficiently sized audience to be a worthwhile investiture of the public funds and an efficient use of the resources. And then it's really up to the media organizations and what has been referred to as the marketplace of ideas to be able to sort out where to go from there.
Would the number of followers on Twitter be criteria?
That's part of what we're looking at.
Do we worry about how many of those followers might be bots?
This is part of why I don't have an entirely complete proposal to be able to provide to you today.
Public comment?
Morning. Thank you for taking this item. My name's Sarah Reith, and I'm a member of the media, and I just want to sketch out my media life really quickly. I have no followers on Twitter. I do work for an organization that has an FCC license, but I also freelance for a couple of websites in Mendocino and Humboldt County. They're pretty well established. But I also have a few volunteers who will occasionally offer to research something that they're able to be laser focused on that I can only sometimes glance at, and they're not affiliated in any kind of formal way, and often they don't want their names brought in, and I often benefit from individuals or groups that again are really focused on something and are digging into an issue and will turn up a Public Records Act request and share it with me and serve as resources. And I really appreciate this effort to make sure that the media can have access to this, and it's encouraging because I commented on it and a bunch of other colleagues on the media landscape commented, and it really is wonderful to feel like you're being responded to democratically. But I just do want to point out that there are a lot of other folks who are just kind of tangentially connected with media or their advocacy groups, and I feel like there are a lot of people who really deserve to have public records, and they're not, trying to abuse the system or do research or anything. And so I really want to encourage as much transparency as possible. So thank you very
County Council,
much.
is there a way to have a loose association for these folks? They may not work for KZYX, but go ahead.
I was actually going to ask Mr. Chair if I might be able to inquire of the speaker. Would there be any obstacle if the program were to include some sort of designation, maybe of groups that are maybe not officially affiliated, but providing some sort of support as to some portion of hours that might be allocated, or some amount of resources that might be allocated for things that are related to the operations of an existing media organization? I don't want to cause complications for the requesters, but I want to know if we might be able to build something that would be effective in that way.
Well, I'm wondering how much, I don't want to be in the position where I am kind of grandly giving the okay to someone who's, really interested in some topic that I don't know if I'm interested in yet. Like, would I have to give some kind of imprimatur on it? Because sometimes people do research and it turns out to be something that's not totally reportable and it's a dead end. And then I know that ends up costing you time and money also. So I'm not sure what that would look like and how much complicated back and forth it would be between me and the people who are offering to help and your office. And I don't know if it would just be sort of a synchronizing calendars kind of headache for everybody.
If Ms. Wright is agreeable, I may ask if we could speak offline and maybe have flesh this out a little bit more and get a little bit more detail, because if there are things worth exploring here, I think building them in may be to everyone's benefit.
I would appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being willing to help perfect the program.
I guess I'll be part of the blame if everybody doesn't love it.
Someone else will have to report on it.
Right.
We have 15. What's that? I'm sorry. We have public comment online. Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors, county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. It's encouraging to see this sort of engagement when a member of the public who's going to be impacted by a policy that's going to in place that may have unintended consequences is engaged directly by the board, from presenting a comment and work together with county council to figure out how to get it done. It's a great model, and I encourage continuing to evaluate that. I'd like to echo a part of Sarah Wright's comment earlier related to the fact that if this is in fact a program designed to curb corporate abuses of email lists for marketing, just limiting it to media is also something that is not necessarily as beneficial as it could be for the whole community. There are many groups here that are engaged actively with the county and the goings on there and have constituencies. And there is, due to a substantial understaffing and a lot of challenges, we know there's a lot of lack of transparency in certain things. And so in the past, when items that could easily have been provided by email have not been, it has been a requirement to go through a public records request process in order to get something that would just normally be seen as a part of the discourse about how to deal with certain issues that arise between the regulators and those being regulated. So I would encourage, in the spirit of openness that was just expressed towards digging into this program and trying to make it as useful for members of the local community who need it as possible, that not just media, but also local associations and groups that are invested and dedicated into the future of Mendocino County can also have access to this important tool. Thank you for your consideration.
Mendo Voice. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kate Maxwell, and I'm the publisher of the Mendocino Voice, and I want to reiterate a few of the points that the previous commenters have made. As a publisher of a for-profit, but with a fiscal sponsor online newspaper. I belong to several national wide outlets that are local press associations. I work with a wide variety of contractors, freelancers, different community groups, academic researchers, public policymakers, scientists, my staff, and other residents, people across the country often during our reporting. And I have, since this was initially proposed, given public comment to express my concerns about how this just fundamentally violates my understanding of the California Public Records Act. But I've also spoken at length with County Council and also with several different freedom of the press advocacy groups about what the legal options are to sort of addressing what seems to be the issue at the heart of this, which is that residents of California are supposed to be able to have free and accessible oversight over information about the activities of their elected officials and these government agencies. And so, again, like Sarah, I really appreciate the gesture towards creating a media fund. But if the original intent of this was because there has been a burden on staff time in just getting these records to the people, it's unfortunate that the costs of transparency can sometimes accumulate, and it's not always easy and simple to provide those records to the public. But one of the reasons that this has been created as a broad act that is not supposed to include intent or create these different classes is so that, as Michael said, everyone who might have an interest in what their government officials and agencies are doing should be able to have free access to review it. And the burden of that cost is not on the resident, nor should it be on the media applications to fill out these forms. My main concern is that I still don't even know how this is supposed to be implemented. It went into effect last week, but how I will even know how much budget I need to be able to then reimburse for a program that has not yet been implemented seems like the county is just creating more and more layers of staff time and complications on something that is actually fairly simple under California law. And so I might be able to be eligible for the fund, but someone like Michael should be too. And this is a lot of complication to avoid. It should be very simple.
County Council, are we violating the CPRA?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No. What I would say is that the California Public Records Act authorizes all agencies and all entities to be able to charge certain fees for costs of direct duplications. And as part of that, it does not authorize the sorts of fees that are covered by this ordinance. However, there is a separate statute that allows the county in the language in the Public Records Act contemplates that the charges might be authorized by other statutes, and specific to counties, there is a mechanism where fees may be charged by statute if the board chooses to enact an ordinance, as long as those fees do not exceed the actual cost of the service to be provided. There are a handful of carve-outs from that statute. The California Public Records Act is not one of those. The Attorney General has opined that statute does authorize for the charging of fees by ordinance for the sorts of things that would not otherwise be allowed under the California Public Records Act. And I would note we are not the first county to proceed on that front.
County Council, is there any ability to exempt requests that are related to an individual's business with the county?
So I want to say, first of all, I generally caution against exemptions because I think that you run some potential Prop 26 issues and just the way that it's structured. I think it's a little bit better to be going with essentially the grant model, which the board is pursuing. I don't want to say that there's no other criteria that you couldn't take into account, and I don't want to say that this is the be-all and end-all of the program. This board has directed that the program on the whole come back for review in 6 months and 1 year. and certainly whatever initial criteria are established here to address transparency in media organizations, I think is going to be an important first step, but it's also not going to be the only thing that the board can be looking at. You're going to be able to evaluate sort of how this is working. I do want to note, this is really only applying to those areas where there's a substantial amount of staff time that's going into what I've characterized sort of as research tasks or heavy review. Any request for an identifiable document is still something that is no charge for those records that are open and available for public inspection. Anyone can still come to the facility and just look through those and pick out the ones that they want. The challenges are arising when we're looking at requests for a large volume of data or requests that essentially offload research functions and costs onto county staff instead of the requester. And as I had touched on before, I don't want to get too much because the item is about the subsidy program, not about the fees itself. But I want to be clear that there are areas that the subsidies will not be needed because they're already not something that fees are being charged for. If the board wants to look at more subsidies elsewhere, we can certainly explore that in the future.
Yeah, so I have some of the same concerns as the public comment, but I also recognize that it would be possible for somebody to request every document we have, and the county government would be shut down for years, right? You got to find that balance of how do we not impede media or the rights of individuals, and at the same time not be subsidizing out of state corporations that want to generate mailing lists, or people who just want to be punitive, giving us requests that they actually don't care about just to use staff time. So I'm supportive because I think maybe we found that balance, but I can accept in 6 months when we review, we may have to adjust further. Any further board discussion, or is there a motion? I'm sorry, there's a motion. Somebody's not tracking today. There was a first and a second. Ready for roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and enter a closed session working lunch where we will hear items 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. And we should be back no earlier than 1:30.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe. By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आये.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated, because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated, because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ya vet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated.
West Company, SURF, and SMED. Oh, and I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me report out from closed session. There was no reportable action on items 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. We do need to give direction to staff to come back with a future agenda item with a plan to close out positions that are general fund have been vacant for more than 18 months are not public safety and not revenue generating. And with that, we're on to item 4F, which is regarding West, SURF, and SMED, sponsored by Supervisors Haschek and McGorty. Supervisor Haschek, would you like to present?
Well, this is part of the presentation that West Business Development Center is providing to the county for about SURF and other activities that they're involved in. And Supervisor McGorty and I have been working as the ad hoc on economic development with the Mary Ann Petrillo and Josh Metz. And so here's their presentation, I believe.
Yeah, I'll add a little bit to it too. So I want everyone to understand that the process of economic development is one that usually goes over multiple years. And the last tangible thing that Mendocino County did was Move 2030, which was finished kind of pre-COVID. And this is following the next logical step. So in order to qualify for some of the federal grants and state grants that Go Biz and Build Back Better and now the anti-inflation funds, we have to have our ducks in a row and have certain plans in place, and that's what this is, what Mary Ann's going to report on what tangible steps Mendocino County is making with West Company as our consultants.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Williams, supervisors, CEO Antle, and county staff. Yes, today we are going to be presenting a 3-month progress report. We just received the contract in middle of May, and so this is a little bit of the work that we have been doing. I'm joined today with Josh Metz, who's our Senior Economic Advisor with RGS.
And you are?
I was getting to that. I'm Mary Ann Petrillo, CEO of West Business Development Center. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm here today with my colleague, Josh Metz from RGS, to present the requested 3-month progress report on the scope of work for West's economic development activities. If you remember nothing else from this presentation, we hope you will remember this particular image, because it conveys both the actions and the outcomes of successful ongoing commitment to strategic economic development. You will see that much of our work over the last 3 months is focused on 3 primary areas that are at the beginning of this particular cycle: resources, overcoming barriers, and beginning to set the stage for a strategic mindset. But ultimately, in collaboration with many players, the outcomes will be beneficial to our county and our community in the form of quality of life, public safety, robust infrastructure, to name just a few. Our economic ecosystem is significant. Each organization has a role to play in our county. West Center is working to contact and connect with all these entities to work towards a common vision to support the economy of Mendocino County. As a reminder, our work began with an economic reimagining centered around the concepts of collaboration, industry diversification, and growth. In the case of Move 2030 roadmap, it was developed to help minimize future shocks in our economy. It was laid out in the Beacon Report of 2020 and the community's economic action plans developed with funds from EDA, that a viable long-term strategy will need to include industry diversification to help our economy expand and provide employment opportunities, growing the entrepreneurial base, and supporting existing small businesses that foster new opportunities and attract new talent. Technology adoption and innovations will depend on us expanding our digital connectivity and our ability to adopt new platforms and processes that make us more efficient in delivering services. Green jobs and infrastructure will confront the changing climate impacts, but only if we generate public-private partnerships that create new jobs while safeguarding natural lands and our communities. The scope of work for this particular work started on May 11th when we received a contract from the county. It focused in 3 areas: building economic development capacity, business recruitment and retention, and workforce development. Within the economic capacity, our work has been focused on ongoing stakeholder engagements. This means ensuring that Mendocino has a seat at the table for every important strategic discussion in our region's economy. On July 25th, the Redwood Coast region, consisting of Humboldt, Mendocino, Lake, and Del Norte, submitted a grant application for the state-funded Economic Resiliency Planning Process, called SURF. That stands for Community Economic Resiliency Fund. Our Redwood region is one of 13 regions in California with the ability now to receive up to $5 million per region for this planning activity. This work, once complete, will position our county to apply for the $500 million of available funds for infrastructure that will bring living wage jobs to our region. West Center was one of the first organizations to gather the region's organizations into discussion back in January. Since then, we have worked on the Governance Committee, the High Roads Collaborative, and the Proposal Committees to ensure there was a strong representation from organizations in our county. In the end, the state proposal consisted of formal support letters from 26 Mendocino County organizations out of 45 support letters for the region. The Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District, another activity in our work that we've been doing, has completed its SEDS document, which now lays out 52 key projects and plans that will help to bring prosperity to our county. This SEDS document will set the stage for more EDA funding. Created in 2015, the SMED has been driven primarily by the Sonoma Economic Development Board. Funding has not equally flowed to benefit Mendocino communities. We now have restructured SMED to comply with federal regulations and position this district for future funding opportunities in our county. I'll now turn it over to Josh to talk about some of our other opportunities.
Thanks, Mary Ann. Supervisors, nice to be here, see you in person. Seems like we've been talking through Zoom for over a year now, but nice to be here. So Mary Ann, I think, did a great job setting the stage for what this economic development program is. And I think Supervisor McGordy's comments about sort of the long approach, the strategic approach that's I've seen be effective in other areas is really relevant here. So I'm just going to kind of continue on, although I'd like to underline a couple things that Mary Ann just touched on. The SURF program is, perhaps the most significant state-funded economic recovery program that's out there now. It's sort of a once-in-a-generation opportunity. There's $500 million that will be specifically invested towards, creating high-road jobs. That's high-paying, family-supporting jobs, and those funds will open the door to other funds. What we've seen happen is, one investment leads to other investment coming in. So it's a huge opportunity, and I think Mendocino County, had it not been for the early engagement by our team on this process and by Mary Ann taking the lead to organize the region, we may well have not been able to have such a strong hand in the proposal that was put forward. So we're really looking forward to that happening. We're also, daily taking action on other parts of the contract that was worked out with you, including developing the digital resources. So there's some new materials which I think I'll reference later on as well, but that's sort of a grants portal information that is available, again, to get out to the community for interested parties to either pursue or that you all could identify as priorities, and we can follow up. A good example is the Strategic Growth Council Climate Resource Collaborative. That was a new funding opportunity that's come up. We quickly, sort of passed the opportunity and engaged local kind of thought leaders on that area, and were able to respond with a early stage sort of positioning so that we could follow up when the big money comes on the table. Another example of the effect of these grant pursuits is the Noyo Center's recent award of $1 million from the Economic Development Administration, and West was instrumental in putting that grant proposal together, and in fact is a co-applicant on the grant. I can say that that investment, having just met with the EDA representative on the coast, that builds on a body of work that's already been underway, including the city of Fort Bragg taking steps to bring in additional money for economic resiliency planning. So I'm just going into this detail to illustrate sort of how these things kind of build on each other, and that's kind of what we're trying to achieve in this program. Some of the other points here, are just that, we've taken steps to reach out to each of you and understand a little bit more in depth in your districts and your personal motivations, your constituents, what are the priorities that you have. Also taking steps to engage business communities, not only on the coast, but here inland, all the way up to Willits. I was on the phone with one of your business leaders up there on my way up here today, Supervisor Hashak. So these are like the kind of steps that we're taking to provide the county with some kind of economic development presence and ability to respond. And then I'll just note, the blue economy is a big topic on the coast, and we could carry on with that, but I know we're time limited. But that's something that I think is promising for the coast. It's kind of a theme to organize around, and we're continuing to curate what we're now calling the Noyo Ocean Collective, which is multi-stakeholder group focused on this topic. So that'll keep being a theme that we bring back. You want me to talk on these ones? Okay.
Talk a little bit about these. So part of the capacity building really has to do with getting the information out there. We need to not only, here in the chamber be involved in economic development, but we need our whole community. We need organizations to get involved. And the only way we can do that is by informing them what assets we have, what potential we have, what are the things that are happening. We all get very isolated in our own little realm and sometimes lose sight of the bigger picture. And so part of our job in this early stages is to get that out there into the public. So we've begun slowly, but we're starting to get that word out in all sorts of digital forms, including our website, including our newsletter, including digital social media. We're starting with things like the SURF program or the Blue Economy. We're reminding people about the resources that Move 2030 brought forth. We're going to be doing other things that now that, as Josh just said, we've been talking to constituents in all the different municipalities as well as in the unincorporated areas. We're going to start to build momentum there and get people involved and engaged and let them know some of the positive things that are really happening in Mendocino County. Because this will all bubble up into being prepared for when those grant opportunities come, and it will show us as a unified county with a single vision on what we see as the potential for our economy here. The Blue Economy and what we were talking about on the coast is one that's really beginning to ramp up, but there's many, many other things happening in the county, and we want to see that comes more forward. The second part is, of course, business recruitment and retention, which has to do with technical assistance and helping our small businesses. You have the impact report there of the work that West Center usually does, has done over the past 30 years. But this work, in terms of economic development, really has to do with understanding what's happening not only in the municipalities but also in the unincorporated areas that would lead us to bringing in or answering business inquiries and site locations. So we're doing our research, we're doing our due diligence about what other counties and communities are doing. We're trying to find best practices so that we can bring approaches back to the county to say these are good ways in which we can engage. You might want to talk about site locations and things.
Sure, yeah. You have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question.
Yeah.
The Engaged Permit Sonoma staff, is that an example of what's happening south of us that we should replicate here?
You know, they have a pretty good online system for building permit and all that kind of stuff. So I've taken some initiative. We had some connections, and we've reached out to them to understand what it took to build that system and how it works. So we're still gathering information.
That's the best practices.
Excited to hear more about it. I didn't mean to get you derailed.
We can talk for a long time about it.
You know what? I'll say this. The planning director down there, Tennis Wick, and his staff, they have been very forthcoming and always happy to offer support to Mendocino. So I think that's an opportunity here. Right. Yeah, they have an ombudsman who kind of fields all different kinds of stuff. And, it's interesting to just see how they're organized, and I think there's lessons to be learned there. So site location work is kind of like, what sites are available for development of different types. So they're, one that a lot of people like to think about is industrial sites because, they are sometimes in short supply and they can handle a wide range of industrial type uses, and those are job centers generally. So, for example, here in Ukiah, the unincorporated part of North State Street where the Masonite site is a great example of a facility that could handle some kind of interesting new industrial type business. And, the question is what? And I think that is not a simple question. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of interesting kind of small crafty things that are happening, but as a big job generating thing, not only for inland Mendocino, but for the entire North Coast, there's some big question marks there. And I think that it's going to require, dedicated effort by all of us to help, affect some change with the partnership of industry. So those are opportunities that I think are ours to keep working on. If I'd be happy to go off on some of the concepts that are out there, but maybe save that for another committee type setting. And then this is a good slide because it talks also about another part of the contract, but really I think a key kind of strategic piece in, say, being able to attract new employers to the region. You have one of the issues that often comes up is, having a workforce that can meet the needs of a company. So why would a technology company or a company that, requires certain skilled labor look to an area to come besides maybe a available industrial site or low-cost housing or quality of life? They might say, hey, well, there's a workforce that could meet our needs. And what is that? So that's all, part of this idea of workforce development. I know many of you are on boards and things that have to do with workforce development, but some of the things that have come up in our work as far as opportunities that are out there with job demand now, the water system operator is a big one. And that is not a super high, you don't have to have a master's degree to operate a water plant, although it will be helpful. But there are training programs. I know the city of Fort Bragg, for example, has just hired an assistant water operator, and it's kind of on-the-job training. So that's, and I think that could be valuable up and down the coast and inland as well. Electric vehicles and sort of the transition from, gas engines to electric vehicles, that's kind of a big opportunity. Anything having to do with climate resilient housing, these are opportunities that are out there. We just had an HVAC guy at my house in Santa Rosa the other day complaining that he couldn't find workers. He had 15 jobs that he could hire today if he had people that would show up on time and be ready to go to work. So I think there's opportunities out there, getting our program going to train people for these things. And then there's some futuristic things which are, out there. Our drone pilot, one of the graduates of the entrepreneurship program, started at Mendocino. There's a guy here who's opened an office in Ukiah doing aerial survey work with drones. He's interested in training more people to do that. And, the boutique food and beverage, I mean, that I think is something that's, got a momentum here in the county and certainly could expand. And then, the whole world of cannabis and all of that, it is a huge market. It's probably one of the most newest, biggest potential markets that has relevance to Mendocino County. It just seems like it's still kind of trying to figure out how to, thrive. So, leaning on the history, but also bringing it forward, maybe looking towards the intellectual capital around all of that would be a valuable idea. I know there's a beautiful site in Hopland that's looking for a new future. Maybe bring back the Flowcana dream of something there in Hopland. But anyhow, these are some opportunities that are out there, and that we, in our engagements with the various stakeholders, are kind of maturing along. And so we did meet with each of the jurisdiction staff, which I'm happy to say, the cities, that's your kind of center of economic activity, as much as the county is, a place of resource development, but the job centers are the cities. They got some pretty good, staff there, and they're happy to engage and be part of a team approach to this thing. So that was positive, and I think we just got to keep building that. So some of the things we're looking at are building out sort of a business community advisory kind of setting. Could either be in our ad hoc committee forum or some other forums like that, so that we can have regular engagements with the business community, be sure we have regular engagements with the city staff, and certainly, with you all. So I think that's what I have.
Yeah. I just want to add a little bit about this workforce development, because it's one of those things that nationally is an issue. There's no doubt about it. I mean, talent pipeline, the issues that happen because of COVID, it's affecting everyone. We feel it more keenly here in our small communities, and our small businesses feel it very keenly. What we're discovering in the short amount of time that we've been working on this is really there is bringing these connections together, finding who the players are and understanding where we can get resources and where training has to intersect into all of that. We don't have it cracked yet, but this list shows you how many different things there really are that can be happening right here in Mendocino County. West Central has a particular client who's developed an entire curriculum to train garage mechanics to do EV vehicles, and she's taking that to Sacramento. So this is a Mendocino person who's going to Sacramento and offering up this curriculum that could potentially impact all of the mechanics across California. We want that to happen here. We want little things like that to happen here and then go big. So it takes time, it takes effort, and it takes connecting the dots.
Supervisor Jurdy has a question on Zoom.
And Josh, so thanks for giving me the chance to meet with you in Fort Bragg a few weeks ago. And in that context, we were talking about the Noya Center projects, the Blue Economy projects, and in the internet on the coast. I wanted to mention one other economic development idea that, because it's not on the coast, but in the context of this meeting. I want to make sure that you knew that the Sonoma Clean Power, the County of Mendocino, County of Sonoma planning departments are pledged, as is the Board of Supervisors, to support expanded and new technologies for geothermal electricity. And it's believed that there's newer technologies for geothermal energy production that require virtually no water, because it's recycled water that gets used over and over again and not lost in the process. And the statewide, there's about 1.5 billion megawatts. About half of that is coming from the existing geyser system, which is principally in Sonoma and Lake. But statewide, they're looking at at doubling that geothermal capacity. And so I think there's great hope that there's going to be some high-paying jobs in Sonoma, Mendocino, and Lake County with this newer technology for geothermal. So I want to make sure that just gets worked into your plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Jordy. I actually have a meeting scheduled on the 25th with Sonoma Clean Power, so maybe I'll schedule some time with you prior to that meeting so I'm fully informed. Appreciate it.
And I have a question. Unless, Josh, did you have a response for Dan?
I just had a follow-up comment there, which I think this is a great example. My experience, this process of economic development with public agencies works best when we have a two-way, party relationship with the board. That is, you see things out there in your daily work and your relationships that are opportunities, and convey them back to us, and we follow up and kind of do stuff and bring it back to you. So I think that's a great example. I've been passing that message to the ad hoc committee, but I just wanted to say it here.
So I'm going to take you up on that. One of the topics I hear most is about housing. And you mentioned, I think it was in Sonoma County, an HVAC business not being able to find people to hire. Up here in Ukiah. Usually I think there's a second part of that sentence that usually gets chopped off at the wages being offered, right? There's a price where people will take the job. And as the price per hour or the salary drops, there's a threshold where people say, I can't live on that, so I'm not going to take the job. And I'm wondering, we used to have a healthy economy where houses were built in this county. People would work at local employer, maybe it would be a mill, and they could afford to build a house, or they could afford to rent a house from somebody else that would build the house, or they hired a builder to construct one. That's broken down, and I see the breakdown as state regulation has made building a lot more expensive. Buildings are safer, which is great, but I always ask, is it safe if you have somebody sleeping in the Walmart parking lot, right? And that's where we're at, that it's like that or a brand new building that meets state code that has sprinklers. So I'm getting to a question. What are the jobs that we can identify that pay wages adequate to support new housing stock so that we can stop fighting over who gets the existing houses, which were mostly built before there was a permitting system, before there was a building code, or after the permits were introduced, but people just ignored them, which might be all the way up till now in a lot of communities. Most of the houses we have in this county were probably built illegally or before there was code. We want jobs that would support new construction. Any thoughts on which of these might and it's a real question, it's not rhetorical. Would an EV mechanic position in this community generate wages that where somebody could afford new construction?
I could answer this in this way, which is that my experience with mechanics, high-skilled mechanics, is they do pretty good. I think better would be to come back and put some numbers on this for you, which could be something that we could bring back at our next presentation.
I think that would be incredibly helpful if West could be our partner in looking at what is modest housing, what is a 1,200 square foot outside a coastal zone as a box, the cheapest new construction, what does that cost amortized? And then what are the wages for these jobs, and see, can we find some that we could encourage where those numbers meet?
Yeah, there's information we can bring back on that for sure. And I think one other point that it came up. I was talking, maybe it was with Supervisor McGordy, and we were just talking about the history of, this county and the wood products, and one of the things that is a good best practice in economic development is build on your strengths, right? And so with the history of that as a context, and then to this point of housing, one of the things we're seeing out there in a number of places, including down at Mare Island and down on the Central Coast, are these kind of they're custom modular manufactured homes where they actually have a factory and they build the units indoors, and then they, it's not like it's a mobile home per se. They're modular units. The one down in Mare Island is putting up a think, a 7-story building in Oakland with these units. There's some folks who rebuilt from the fire in Redwood Valley who got one of these ones from the Central Coast that I'm referring to. So it seems like that might be something that could fit really well here, you know. So that's one of the areas that we're doing research on to see what it takes. Now, those are private companies that started and are growing. You know, could that happen here? Would that be like an extension of one of those companies, or would that be an entrepreneur who would take that on? These are some of the details, but I kind of, you know, to me that was like, wow, that could be a good one. But I think to your question, we'll come back next time with some answers to that, to your question there.
Look forward to it.
I also want to say, too, that in the reports, the Beacon report and also the report that was done by Technical Coast Group, there is some living wage data in there. Now, we'll take a look at that, and we'll see if there's updated information. But to Josh's point, I mean, I think definitely those skilled labor is going to be a higher paying job. And we have been talking to several of the city managers who are looking to expand housing within the city parameters and stuff. And the other thing to remember about the cost of housing nationally is that materials, the price of materials has just skyrocketed. The price of wood has just skyrocketed. So that also is a contributing factor in addition to the cost of labor. Just to recall.
Supervisor McGordy.
So in your workforce development, clearly there needs to be partners. So I'm guessing that Mendocino College possibly is a partner, but since we're looking at both SURF and SMED, what do you see as your educational resources or ecosystem to train people?
Definitely Mendocino College. We have begun the conversations there. But there are other private entities. Workforce Alliance, of course, of the North Bay does multiple counties. We, like I say, have just begun in-depth conversations around workforce. So I personally have not been satisfied with the connections yet. It's still to come, unless there's other ones.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's still being developed, but in the context of this regional conversation that you were talking about, the SURF and really the SMED, there's Humboldt, Cal Poly Humboldt in Arcata, and there's Sonoma State University in Sonoma County. There's Santa Rosa Junior College, Mendo College. There's College of the Redwoods. Those are community colleges. Those are all part of the ecosystem that I think we would look to. But I think there is a gap in Mendocino. You know, Mendocino College is important, of course, but the gap I would like to just put on the radar is like vocational training. And it seems like that might be an opportunity where, you know, strategically and through these planning processes, we could focus on that. And, you know, I think there's a growing consensus across the community college kind of landscape and workforce development landscape that is, you know, these non-traditional pathways that include vocational training, skills development at various on-off ramp kind of levels is really what's needed. And so I think that would be an opportunity strategically for us to work on.
One other thing I just was reminded based on your question, Supervisor McGordy, is the SURF program, the SURF grant. Ultimately, that is there to create living wage jobs. There's a lot of other conversation about it. There's a lot of, you know, important, you know, building the economy from the ground up. But if you read through all the endless documentation, at the end of the day, it's about improving the economy through living wage jobs in all the regions in California. And so, you know, I always like to go into those meetings reminding everybody that that is ultimately the goal that we're trying to get to. Now, that means industry, that means workforce development, that means education, it means a lot of things. But that is the cornerstone of what they're expecting out of the planning grant.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, just, you know, one of the things that the Economic Development Ad Hoc has been really focused on with working with Marianne and Josh has been, honing in on what the core desire of the board is, right? And so we've looked at the grant development. We looked at this, like the SURF grant application and some of the job training and job development. And so I just, we had a request for information about housing and all that. I just wanted to make sure that, the grant is limited at this point. And so I don't want you to get distracted and just, I want you to deal with what the core mission that the board has agreed on as the task of your work. And I think you're doing a great job on it. And so thank you.
Thanks for the reminder. I think we can probably address Supervisor Williams' question and then when he comes back for the next one, we'll bring that up again.
Thank you. And just so you know, I understand West has been submitting written progress reports.
Yes.
They haven't made it to this board. They haven't made it to the CEO. I think it's somewhere in our accounting department.
Well, it's only
and I just learned this at lunch, so we can work on getting a copy of those. I wonder if you could send it direct to the CEO and we could include it in the CEO report.
Yeah, and you haven't missed a lot. There's only been 2.
Okay.
So June and July.
It's 2 that we would all like to see.
Yeah, that's fine. And it is a progress report that comes out of the ad hoc committee.
And my last question, is there any overlap with water development for encouraging the economy? We've been struggling with how to move forward.
You cannot have much of an economy without water. I would just start with that. But in terms of like infrastructure and needs like that you're talking about?
Planning grants, is there any funding coming as part of this that could potentially be used in a way that would begin some of our water development?
Well, that has been identified by the sort of regional coalition as a topic that spans the region. So water security and resiliency will be a topic that's covered in this plan. So, will the $500 million SURF fund buy new water infrastructure? Yet to be seen. It's not as specific as the Department of Water Resources programs, which are still there, by the way, that could be pursued. But one thing we are doing with the water in relationship to economic development in particular, we have, there was a company that came up during the work that I was doing with you all on the water that has this passive wave-powered desalination technology. And so we have taken the steps of connecting them with the city of Fort Bragg, and they are continuing to work on a sort of a permitting process to deploy. It would be the first of its kind deployment on the West Coast. And what that would do would be both deliver some water, relatively small amount of water, but it would also highlight, the innovative, forward-thinking actions of Mendocino County, and it would contribute to this idea of, the coast of Mendocino as a hub for innovation in the blue economy. So that, you can see where that kind of builds on a theme.
And you said there are grants for water that are available that we may not be taking advantage of?
All I'm saying is that when I went and looked up the Small Community Drought Relief Program last week and the Urban Multi-Benefit Program, they said they were receiving grant applications until the funds were out until 2023. So I think that would be a matter of somebody calling up and saying, is there any money still in the fund? Can we make more proposals?
Supervisor McGordy.
I just wanted to reinforce a little bit of the idea on housing, and it seems like, especially for the coast where ADUs are sort of not financially feasible to build stick construction from start, on site, it just seems like it would be really useful to have manufacturing for those in a kind of small scale, nothing big, but somewhere in the 200 to 400 square foot that could be prefabbed and brought on site, but not be a trailer, but be something attractive and basically burn resistant, so it couldn't catch fire. And I could see Mendocino county leading in something like that. We do have a sustainable construction program at Mendocino College that I think could lead to something that might be useful right in our own county.
Key on that would be engaging a private sector partner, so that obviously that the county is not going to become a housing manufacturer, but the angle would be to do some outreach and go check out this place in Mare Island, learn about these other companies, and then by way of doing that, we gain the knowledge and then potentially inspire some interest too.
During the Move 2030 work that we did bring in some guest speakers around housing, and so I have access to those folks as well who do different alternative housing and are trying to do nonprofits, and it's just, there's a variety of things happening all over the state that we can do. I wanted to also remind everyone that part of our remit was to create a grant portal so that the community can go and look up grants for things that they want. So if you do hear of grants, grant opportunities, we'll make sure, because we have somebody who's looking and updating that portal every day and stuff. So that is available to the community.
Not seeing any more questions. Economic development is always intertwined with a lot of other topics we focus on, and on housing, both on the creation of housing, the jobs involved, and having more housing for our workforce. I recently learned that earlier this year, Placer County passed a zoning amendment that allows tiny homes on wheels. And some of the information I got was these are 75 to 120,000 and can house 4 people comfortably. And they don't look bad. And I had stopped pursuing this because I heard the county didn't have the ability, that there was state regulation. And then I saw City of Fort Bragg allowed tiny homes on wheels, and now I see another county doing it. Is this something that the board would like to see come back? I see 1 thumbs up. Yeah. And so maybe I'll pass the information on to Wes to get their take on it as well, if you'd be willing.
Indeed, I'd say please do. I'll just remind the board here that we would want to work closely with your planning and building services department. You got some great people over there, but I think if we were going to do anything around this kind of action, that we would want to have them involved from the beginning. And I think that brings up one other point I was hoping to make before we close this out today, which is we would when I was doing the water work with you all, we had a great engagement with we had a deputy CEO, 1 or sometimes 2 were involved, and it would be really great if there could be, and I don't know if your staff resources allow it, but that if one of your deputy CEOs, I know there's a guy back here in the back who's really quite dexterous in a wide range of things, somebody like him could be assigned to work with us, at least be a regular point of contact and help work with the ad hoc committee. That would be fantastic.
You're talking about Dunnicliff. Yeah, so my final, the public-private partnership on new development it requires that our planning department be able to rapidly issue permits, and this has been an ongoing struggle. And it's not that we don't have a dedicated staff. We have folks that are really good, working extremely hard, sometimes working on weekends, but we're a bit behind on methodologies and tools. And I had asked our planning director a couple months back, would it be possible to allow people on the coast to send their plans electronically? That's a 3-hour round-trip drive, and that workforce could be used on building houses instead of shuttling building plans across the county. And it was explained to me that while we could do that, we would need to print out those plans on large sheets of paper over here to do the plan check. And that surprised me. We don't have the large monitors. We don't have the tools for doing plan checks electronically. We probably don't have the training. We have folks who have been doing it, an old-fashioned way. Are there any grants available that would span that public-private bridge in helping the county come up to date? Even if we have to provide the tooling, if we could get some help on the instruction, that's probably equally as expensive. I think it would do a lot because we would make a better use of our staff time and we would keep contractors focused on building.
I'd like to answer that.
Yep.
I probably have written more grants in the last 6 months than I've written in my entire life. It's just been an endless cycle of grant writing.
So I'm asking for one more.
No, that's not a problem. That's nothing wrong with asking for that. But I will tell you, the only way to write these grants is to know exactly what you want before you get into the process. So even if I told you today there's the ABC grant and it's perfect and it's just for this, unless we have, and somebody said ducks in a row, everything lined up, you know exactly what you want, you know, because when you're writing the grants, sometimes you get only 2 weeks, sometimes you get 6 weeks. You have to know all the costs of things, all the decisions. So part of what we did, and this was just our kind of intuition, is rather than getting into in-depth of knowing exactly what's needed, we decided to go out and just look at what other people are doing, so at least we have familiarity. That's why Permit Sonoma kind of intrigued us, and we wanted to know how did they do it, what did they do. But the grant writing and accessing the grants is actually not the hard part. The hard part is actually sitting down, planning all these things out, knowing what you want to do, and then the grant will be there, and then you can write it and you can do it. But you have to know all those things, and that's to I think Josh's point, which is we need to build a group that is working on that. So
makes sense. Problem. I think we can do it.
Yeah, I think Marianne described it pretty well. One thing I will say, doing similar work in other areas, I've seen these grant processes build on one or another. Like I've been through 4 different proposals on one topic that finally, in the fifth version to a different funding source, got funded. But it couldn't have gotten, it sort of got, we did the refining, what Marianne was describing, in the process of applying for all these grants. But by the time we got there, it was a sure thing. So it is this, that's, I think, the cycle, the process that we're building is this coalition of stakeholders engaged, ideas, priorities that are identified, and then we build a body of knowledge and documentation that says, hey, here's what's needed. And I think to Supervisor McGorty's opening comments, we're kind of in an unprecedented situation with the ARPA, with the Investment and Jobs Act, with the state money, and now with this one signed today. I mean,
and all the inflation those programs have created.
But it's never. I mean, it's a once in a generation public investment in infrastructure and economic resiliency. So I think it will behoove the county to be ready to respond to these funding opportunities, like to meet what you're talking about.
The other thing too with grants is the overlap. So by building something, understanding, let's just take what you were talking about, and understanding all the bits and parts. There may not be one grant that will do that, but if you put it all together, then you could say, oh, okay, this area here, I can get out of this grant, so we can get $2 million from here or $500,000 from here, so that and the funders actually like that. They actually like the fact that you're utilizing other granting pools to build something together, so that at the end you're going to come out with something big. And this is going to be important for SURF, because one of the things is that we'll be able to then apply for the implementation grants, which is going to be coming out in the next 18 months. So keep that in mind.
Thank you. Any board questions? Supervisor McGorty?
I move the recommended action that we receive the presentation from West Business Development Center in their capacity as the county's contracted economic development coordinator, and ratify the economic development ad hoc support for the SURF, including its initial governance model.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment? Any comment in the room? Online, you can press *9 or raise hand. That concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Any discussion? Roll call.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're on to item 4C. I'm sorry? Hold on for a second. Okay. Item 4C related to the COPs, sponsored by the Executive Office.
Darcy Antle, CEO. As we're bringing in the team, I will introduce the item. At board direction of November of 2021, first quarter, we were directed to look for outside funding for the jail project, the jail wing, as well as 2 to 3 other capital improvement projects. That work began in December. It's been taken a little bit longer than we had anticipated, but we do have a proposal in front of you today for refinancing on the old bonds and issuing new money to cover the work of the jail, and for your consideration if you want to move forward with the capital improvement projects. So at this time, we will be bringing in KNN, our consultants, Bobby Chung and David Leifer, our Loop consultant, as well Robert Larkin, acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, Auditor Controller Shamise Cubison, General Service Director Janelle Rao, and General Service Project Manager Doug Anderson. And we do have the sheriff in the room if there are any other questions. So we have a whole team coming for you. So David, I think when you're ready, we will kick to you and Bobby.
Great, thank you, Darcy. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is David Leifer with KNN Public Finance, the county's municipal advisory firm. I'm joined by my colleague, Bobby Chung. We're joined also by other members of the county's financing team, including its underwriter, Rob Larkins, from Loop Capital. We have a short presentation for you today, and then we'll be available to answer questions, but mostly want to give you an overview of what the plan of finance is for this financing and what some of the considerations are and some of the decisions still in front of you to make as we bring this deal close to fruition. I have a short presentation. I know it's late in the day and you've had a long day already, so I'll try and be brief and get right to your questions. So Sarah, if we can go to the first slide, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Just a brief word about our role. We are what's known as a municipal advisor. Our role is to provide the county with independent analysis and advice regarding your bonding program. Our little niche was assigned a fiduciary duty by the SEC under the Dodd-Frank Financial Reform Bill. That means we are sitting on your side of the table through this process. We put your interests ahead of our own, and we're here really to protect your interests and to give you good advice throughout the planning and the actual execution of your bond transactions. Today, we're here to talk specifically about the Series 2022 Certificates of Participation. And as we get into it, you'll see one of the key open questions is precisely how much in new capital project costs the county would like to finance with this bond issue. So let's jump in. If we can go to the next slide. This is just a high-level summary of the county's current outstanding debt. As you can see, you have 2 bond issues outstanding. The first are the 2012 Series A COPs, which actually refunded some prior COPs back in 2000 and 2001, I believe. And then you have some pension bonds outstanding. And later in this presentation, I'm going to provide a graph which will show you what your debt service is going to look like after this financing lined up along with your pension bond financing. So yeah, let's jump into the plan of finance for this issue. You don't really need to pay too much attention to all the text on the right, but basically what the 22 COPs are going to consist of is a single series of tax-exempt fixed rate bonds, basically, And the proceeds are going to be used to do two things. One, we're going to refinance the existing 2012 COPs to generate debt service savings for the county. You have that opportunity now. The market is such that there are savings to be had, not unlike doing a refinancing on a home mortgage. And the second purpose of this financing is to generate what we call new money proceeds to fund some new capital costs. And that's the piece we're going to want to talk a little bit about. Those are the main points here. When the portion of the COPs that are going to be associated with the refunding or refinancing will achieve, and I'll show you in a minute, sort of level fiscal year payments, and we're going to just match the existing maturity of the 2012 COPs. So we're not extending the maturity or anything like that. There's just going to be savings every year. And then the portion of the COPs that are associated with the new money, we're going to defer amortization of the principal for 1 year, and then you're going to have level annual debt payments over the course of 20 years with a final maturity in 2043. And I'm going to show you all of that in a minute. So next slide, please. This is what we call sources and uses. And I know there's a lot of numbers here, but I tried to highlight in yellow what I think are the most relevant. So you see the two components, the two columns, the refunding component and the new money component. And what we're finding in the current market, and this is all, of course, subject to interest rate movements between now and the time we actually sell the bonds, but the refinancing portion is generating approximately $670,000 in present value savings. That's savings, net of all the costs of issuance and involved in the preparation of the deal. And we look at that. There's a metric we look at, which is sort of PV savings as a percentage of the refunded bonds, the bonds outstanding that are to be refunded. And right now, that's generating about 5%, which is a healthy number. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see what happens to the market between now and the time we price. The second column shows the new money component. And I think the base case where we're starting with is assuming $8 million of proceeds for projects. And I have another slide on what those projects are and then how we're looking at a couple of other scenarios, and we can highlight all of that. Just a note that these scenarios assume a certain credit rating from Standard & Poor's. We've assumed an A+ credit rating. We are planning a meeting with the rating agency towards the end of next week. And obviously, we're going to argue hard for a AA- if possible, but we want to be conservative and realistic. And it was interesting to hear the whole presentation on economic development, super important over the long run for the development of, and improvement of the county's creditworthiness in the bond market. And this scenario also assumes that we can purchase a bond insurance policy if it's economic to do it. So basically, a firm that has a higher rating, say a AA, will sell us an insurance policy for a certain premium, and then we can sell the bonds as AA rated bonds rather than A+ rated bonds. And it's really a math exercise as to whether that's a good buy or not. We'll decide that later. But all of it depends in part on where the rating comes out from our conversations next week. So a little bit about the new money. So we talked about the refunding and the savings that we will generate. And then we talked about the $8 million in new money. And we really have, and Darcy can speak to this, I know staff has thought about, the possibility of anywhere from $6 to $10 million being financed in this deal for new capital projects. And we have a list here of some of the projects that the new money proceeds are going to be used to fund, the primary of which is the expansion of the existing jail facility, medical and behavioral health treatment areas. I'm getting a note about my audio. I hope you can still hear me. And then there are some other projects here, the replacement of the roofing for HVAC systems on the county admin center, and the roofing at the Ag and Farm Advisor building, and then possibly the replacement of the hydronic heating and cooling system at Fort Bragg Justice Center. So I know what I'd like to do is continue and show you the costs differential for adding $2 million to our $8 million scenario or subtracting $2 million. And then maybe at the end, turn it over to your CAO to lead the discussion about which scenarios and which projects you want to be sure are in this financing and which are not. So if you just give me another minute, we'll get through that. Next slide, please. Yeah, so here is a graph, or I'm sorry, a table, which summarizes the annual debt service as we know it now, as we estimate it to be now. And so what you can see while we have these two components, really at the end of the day, the county is just going to be paying debt service over on the right. It's going to be combined. These are not two separate bonds. It's a single bond with these two components. And so as you can see, we've got the refunding, which will have a little piece due in the current fiscal year, probably June 1 of the current fiscal year. There'd be about $360,000 due in this current fiscal year, and that may require a budget adjustment since that probably wasn't anticipated in the current year budget. And then we've got sort of level debt service over the next several years through 2030. And then on the new money piece, we've structured this carefully, so we really don't have any debt service due in the current fiscal year, other than what's due on the refunding. And then we start amortizing debt service for the new money starting next year. And then the total of all of that is about $2.45 million through 2030. And then after the refunding component drops away, of course, you still have the component for the new money, which is roughly $600,000 to $605,000 a year. Again, all subject to interest rates. So that's the structure and that's the financial burden. Of course, you already have the 2012 bonds outstanding. So this isn't all new money. In fact, we're saving some money with the refunding and then adding about $600,000 of new money. The final point I wanted to make here is just the third bullet, and that is we've calculated that if you add or subtract $2 million for new projects right now as part of this deal to our assumed $8 million, which is our base case, that equates to about another $150,000 of annual debt service. So, if you go to the $6 million in projects, we would, drop debt service about $150, or if you add and go to the $10 million, that would add another $150,000. And so this is, we're already going through all of the work of this financing now, and you're incurring most of these costs. So you really want to be thoughtful about including everything you think you're going to need to finance so that you don't need to go back out in a couple of years and say, gee, I really wish we had, done another $2 million. Or you look at it now and be sure that you're comfortable that all of this can work within the budget and you're not issuing too much. So those are the considerations on the new money. It's about $150,000, give or take, for every $2 million of additional project costs. Next slide, please. We're almost done. So what I thought I'd do here is just line up the debt service, after, the estimated debt service with the new 2022 COPs, which is in orange. And the 2012s will largely be gone. We're going to refinance them. And then we've layered in your debt service, your annual debt service for your pension bonds right now. And the pension bonds have their last payment made on July of 2025. Actually, the way it works is you make that payment in July of 2025, and the final maturity of the bonds is in 2026. But the last payment from the county, it sits in an escrow, is made on July of 2025. And so, that's significant because you can see that, after 3 years go by, at the end of this fiscal year or 4 years from now, you're going to have a significant drop in your debt service. So as you start to think about your capital planning and your future bonding needs, whether it's the additional $2 million now or whether it's a possible additional bond in the future for other capital needs, this becomes relevant. You realize you'll have some sort of debt capacity, certainly as the pension bonds roll off. Now, you may choose to use those savings, if you will, for other purposes, not bonded indebtedness, but but the capacity certainly is there from a budgetary and market perspective. You also typically on these 2022 COPs in 10 years, they'll be callable, meaning you could refinance them in 10 years. You could pay them off if you had proceeds from some sale of an asset or some windfall, or you could at any time obviously layer on new debt on top of the orange bars. And of course, in 2031, you got all the refunding component gone. So now you have even more debt capacity because you've got a significant drop in your debt service. So it shows you the stair step of the county's current debt portfolio, or at least the portfolio as it will be after this issuance. Next slide. A little bit about interest rates. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm sure many of you follow this. We have had a run up in rates since very lows were reached towards the end of 2021, started to have that run up starting really in January as a result of Fed actions taken to address inflationary concerns. And of course, international events have, contributed to some instability as well in the markets and have caused rates to go up. We've enjoyed a little bit of a return in rates this last month. They started to drop down, which is great, even as the Federal Reserve is increasing the short rates, the Fed funds rate, which is projected to continue to fight inflation. We've seen some at least stability and even some dropping in the longer term rates. And we hope that continues. Now, your deal is a 20-year deal. The refunding component's a 10-year deal. So we do care about the long rates, not just that very short rate. And so we hope to see continued improvement in the market. But the market is functioning well. We've sold many issues this summer for other counties and special districts and cities. And there's a lot of demand, for highly rated bonds just at these new interest rates. Next slide. Yeah, just this is our last slide in the formal presentation. Next steps, before you today is the financing resolution, which will authorize staff to move forward. It approves the financing plan in concept. It sets some parameters, authorizing staff to move ahead and price the bonds so long as we generate a certain amount of savings and the interest rates don't go up too high and all of that. We will be meeting with Standard & Poor's along with staff and two members of the board, we hope, able to join us. And that is the week of August 22nd. Next week, the following week, we would hope to receive our credit rating, make our decisions about the bond insurance, and then complete what we call a preliminary official statement. It's a prospectus with a lot of information about the county and all the information that we think investors would find material when making a decision whether to lend you money or not. And then the following week, we would, with the assistance of your underwriter, Loop Capital, go into the market, find a day that we think looks good in terms of economic reports and other factors, and sell the actual, certificates. And then we would close them, and post pricing, we would redeem the 2012 COPs, pay them off basically, and replace them with the new bonds. So we hope to kind of get everything done by the end of September here and have this completed. I do have just one last slide, and then just if the question comes up about your debt burden, we can talk about that in light of S&P's scoring metrics. But I think the conclusion here is that you comfortably have, what I would consider low amount of debt relative to other agencies, which is good. Always good to be conservative, since debt is a fixed obligation, and you're gonna, be careful when you take on additional fixed obligations. But I can get into this table more. But on their scoring, you sort of score at their lowest levels of debt. Which is a positive. I have a few other slides in the appendix, but I think I'm going to stop now. Turn it over to the CAO, Darcy, if you wanted to add anything to the presentation, or Sarah, and then turn it over for questions.
Darcy Antle, CEO. At this time, we would like the board to consider the amount of funding, and Director Rao is on to help discuss. As you know, the original ask was $3 million for the jail wing and $3 million for the deferred maintenance items. We have learned recently that the jail is increasing, and that looks to be about $7.2 million. So we would recommend that you consider the $8 million at least for the jail, and then consider after you hear from Director Rao, if you want to go into the additional $10 million to that additional $2 million for a total of $10 million to cover the deferred maintenance. I'll turn it over to Director Rao.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Janelle Rao. I'm the General Services Agency Director. I'll just give a brief overview, as most of you have heard this information before, but this is the first time we've really talked about these specific projects. Particularly you've received enough information, I believe, on the jail project, so you know that the worst case scenario estimates on that project would leave us with a gap of approximately $7 million. One thing to note is that supply chain and the inflationary pressures are on all projects, not just the jail. So that's definitely a considering factor when we look at this, because the projects we're approaching, they're estimates. And as we get further into design and when you work through each of these projects, there is going to be inflationary costs that we need to account for. The administration center roof and HVAC is somewhat interesting because there's a long history. The county acquired the building in the early 80s. At the time of acquisition, I do believe that there was some work done on the roofs, which we call the old wings at the time. And that was shortly after acquisition from what we have in our records. Sometime in the mid-90s, they did a remodel of some of the additional areas. That remodel resulted in some issues with leakage. And there were several reports of issues with those leaks. In approximately 0809, we did apply a spray foam type of a roof as some sort of a remedy to the issues that resulted in penetration due to the work that was done in the prior remodels. In early 2015 is when we began the replacement design project for the entirety of the administration center. So we're 7 years into the project. The first phase of that, I believe, was completed in 2015-16. Phase 2 we did in mid-year of 2018-19, which we did. We were given a $1 million transfer of funds from reserves at that time. Phase 3, which is the remaining phase, and that's what we're estimating, is estimated right now at approximately $2.5 million. That area includes all of information services, human resources, the planning and building services lobby. And what I do have to emphasize is the area that we're talking about under information services is directly over the county's data center. We don't have any active leaks in that particular area, which we consider very critical. But it's obviously very concerning since this roof has been volatile. Its history is volatile. Determining its life expectancy is very difficult. We've recently had to do some work and replace compressors within the data center itself. So they're beyond their life expectancy. The Fort Bragg Justice Center is another one I would like to just briefly give an overview on. As you may all be aware that back in 2008 there was a court transfer and occupancy agreements. It was a result of legislation that was passed, I think, in the early 2000s. So the county has joint occupancy agreements and obligations to maintain the facilities that are considered joint justice centers with the state courts. Fort Bragg specifically, the county is responsible for maintaining due to the nature of and the age of the HVAC system in the Fort Bragg Justice Center. Facilities has begun and initiated dialogue with the courts to let them know that we're in the design stage of that replacement. They have some volatility there. it's a concern because if there is a failure, identifying alternative measures for a primarily heat source would be complicated. Not only are the courts there, but your county public justice partners are there, your probation, district attorney, and sheriff. So that is of noteworthy concern. The ag roof, I think everyone here, if you've walked through it, it's been reporting leaks for years. I think it dates back at least 6 to 8 years. We have records here that show that there was a remodel in 2001, but it didn't include a replacement of the roof. We are in the process, we GSA are in the process of doing a facility condition analysis, somewhat of a deep dive on all of our facilities, so we'll have more information on that. What I would suggest for this board's consideration is that, I know we're talking in large numbers, but I believe it would be in our best interest to have a $10 million borrow and keep it as a bucket, so to speak. The jail project will be going out to bid. It's going out to bid. We're hoping it's at state review right now. The plans are the design. If we go out at the beginning of the year or maybe in the spring, we'll have more information on the actual costs based on those bids. At that time, we'll then be able to evaluate the county's ability to pursue the admin center roof replacement. The Fort Bragg Justice Center, in all good conscience, I have to really recommend that the board pursue that as previously reported based on our obligations to the state under the JOA and that transfer agreement. But I do believe that the county would be better postured if you had that I hate to call it a bucket, but a set aside of those dollars that were protected again for these facilities, but you would know more information once we were able to go out to bid and understand what we're facing as far as the jail project. I hope that provides you with enough information or the ability to consider your funding options, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I do also have Doug Anderson, our Assistant Facilities Director, on who can answer any technical questions if you should have any.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I just want to, I don't have a question, but just a comment. I think, this is a smart move. We still are in a period of historically low interest rates. And, this is not the kind of, these kinds of projects are long lasting and are the kinds of things that homeowners, finance. You don't go out and buy a house with cash. Well, at least most people don't. And you're looking at financing projects that are going to last well over 20 years. And so, I think these are all high priority projects for the county, but also projects that really don't make sense to be funding with just cash on hand. And that has been the practice of the county in recent years, which is the large reason why we have so much deferred maintenance, because we haven't had the money in the budget to pay for them in cash by and large in the budget. So then we've had this big great squeeze every year. So at mid-year budget, when we close out the books, we look at what there may be some, a couple $1 million here or there left over from the previous year unspent. And then we try to tackle these, much larger projects with all the departments are competing for those same funds. So to me, this makes tremendous sense to take advantage of these historic low interest rates while they're still available. And I would support the full $10 million.
Supervisor McGordy.
I'll just echo what Supervisor Jordy said, and I was in one of those buildings that suddenly had leaks, and it was really depressing because we had a beautiful remodel, and suddenly there was buckets with tubes coming down out of the ceiling to capture the water every time it rained, and we don't want to defer maintenance on what are pretty nice facilities, which is this building and the Ag Center. I really hate to see those go downhill, and we want to have a safe and healthy working environment for our workers. So we're spreading the cost over a reasonable period of time. So these are capital improvement projects that are going to last a long while. It's a good investment, and the money is reasonable and the time is right to get these done. So I support $10 million as well.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I have a couple questions about the interest rate, and when we saw that graph, I forget which one it was, but It was in the appendix, and it showed that
I think slide 8 has a graph on it.
the different scenarios.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so for the 10 million, it would be a 3.37%. And is that based on a AA rating or what? So,
yeah, Bobby, you want to address that?
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Bobby Chung from KNN Public Finance. All of these scenarios assume an underlying rating of A+, assigned from Standard & Poor's, but also the purchase of a bond insurance policy. So it assumes AA rated interest rates.
so we're at A+ right now. We could hope for a AA, but if it were to remain at A+, then it would be a higher percentage, right? Is that correct?
You mean for the 10 million versus the 8 million? Is that the question?
Well, it would be higher if we're at A+, then it would be higher than a 3.37 for 10 million.
No, I don't think so. These are the rates assuming A+.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then
so if anything, if we get an upgrade, if we were fortunate enough to get an upgrade for the county, then hopefully that would be we would expect that to be a lower cost.
Okay. And then this money, when it comes in, it would be 10 million, and how do we make sure that it goes to these capital improvement projects? And that might be a question for the auditor controller, Shamise Covison. And I guess also for Shamise would be, what's your feeling about this, taking on this debt for the county?
Good afternoon, Shamise Covison, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, obviously I have mixed feelings. I mean, obviously I don't really want to issue additional debt, but it does seem that the county has a lot of needs at this point in time, and I don't really see another way that we're going to be able to finance those improvements or those projects, those deferred maintenance, as well as the jail expansion project. So I do think the board needs to be mindful. Obviously, I'm sure you'll want to have a different conversation when the pension obligation bonds, are paid off as to, what you want to do about pension costs, and if you want to direct some of those funds, towards the pension obligations that the county has. But it does seem, as was mentioned by other supervisors, that it really is difficult for the county to try to count on savings in other areas in order to fund the deferred maintenance. And obviously those costs just continue to grow and get worse quickly over time if we don't address them. So I would say to your other question, Supervisor, I do think the board and the CEO and the auditor's office are going to have to be mindful. I think, this was brought forward as, if you go with the higher amounts, it is likely, to be proposed that some of the projects be funded if the jail doesn't require all that is generated from the issuance. So, there's room in this, depending on how the board, votes today, that if the jail project doesn't need as much, then, I'm not sure if the board wants at this point. Probably I would advise in the future, when we have that come up, that we prioritize those other, deferred maintenance projects. So, there's kind of an if-then scenario right now, because we don't know what the bids are going to come in with the jail expansion project. So we, obviously we hope it's come in less, and we have the opportunity to use some of these funds on more of those deferred maintenance projects. But if it comes in high, then obviously it's, that's not going to be the case. So that's part of the consideration, is just to be aware that there is still some flexibility with this financing. It does need to go to these capital projects, but whether it goes all to the jail or whether there's the opportunity to obviously cover some of the other projects, it's important to keep that in mind. And I don't really know. I think the advisors could comment. I don't even know that we are necessarily tied to the exact list, unless the board specifically says it's only this list. So if, for instance, a higher priority capital project was identified, is it possible that if there's money left after we fund the jail expansion, that a different project could possibly be funded?
Yeah, Shamice, it's David. That's a good question, and Supervisor, very good questions. I just make one comment first, and then I'll answer your question, Shamice, and that is that, to be clear, the proceeds of the bond for the new money have to be used on capital. This is a tax-exempt financing. There's a covenant. There's a tax certificate that the county is going to sign. So, to be clear, you can't just redirect it for other budget purposes. You're limited clearly in that respect to use it for capital. The expectation is that you would, when you borrow the money, have a reasonable expectation that you'll spend all of it within 3 years for the most part. That's sort of a simplified tax expectation. And it doesn't mean that something couldn't come up unexpected, like a storm or some shortage of materials, and it would take you longer than 3 years. But you want to have a reasonable expectation at the time you borrow that you have the capital projects in mind to spend the money within 3 years. Generally, you do, I believe, Shamice, have that flexibility, as you said, if it's, if there were some other priority project that popped up, and instead of either the jail or one of these other listed projects, and you could expend the money on those within 3 years, that should be fine. Though that really falls in the area of what the legal bond counsel would weigh in on, but I'm fairly confident that's what they would say. So I think that answers all of those questions. And to be clear, the money typically, and Bobby or Rob, you can help me out here, but the money is going to be held by a trustee. Is that correct? The proceeds for the new money.
It could either be held by the county, at the county treasury, or at the trustee.
Yeah, or at a bank that holds the money in trust, and then you would send, invoices for construction invoices or such. So it can be done either way. But regardless, it needs to be spent for capital.
I need to point out the board is.
I'm sorry, or to reimburse yourself for capital expenditures you already incurred. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry,
I need to point out the board is meeting concurrently as the Public Facilities Corporation. And I had a question. I think I agree with my colleagues on the 10 million, but I don't know how much we have left at close from last year. And a lot of years we would have millions of dollars that could be carried into the next year's budget. And I've heard from our CEO that that's likely not the case, but I actually haven't seen a report that indicates how much we have to work with. And, it's coming up on the negotiations with employees, other expenses, and, of course, the jail project. If I knew that we had $2 to $4 million unspent last year, I may not be as eager to borrow 10 for the capital projects. Auditor Controller, can you advise us? I know you may not be ready to report, but can you give us a rough estimate of what we can expect to see as carry forward?
Chair Williams, I'm sorry, Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Shamice Covison, I couldn't give you an estimate even at this moment. We have still significant amount of transactions that are coming in from departments that we are waiting to have those reviewed and posted before we know where we're at. I would remind the board also that we do have a considerable amount still outstanding for FEMA obligations or items that we hope will become obligated and paid. So there is, I think, still a considerable amount. I don't know whether Sarah Pierce has an update on that, but we're still waiting for funds to come in even from the 2021 year, as well as some of the costs from this year. So we can't, I honestly can't predict right now. There's so much activity still happening this week that I couldn't be confident in giving you an even estimate at this point. So I do hope, we have been, obviously contacting departments and asking them to hurry up and get their final transactions into the finance system so that we can be able to have that information. But due to changes in staffing in many of the fiscal units in the various departments, there's a lot that had to be caught up for those departments, and they're definitely working as hard as they can to get them in. But we are not on the normal schedule at this point to be closing in the next 2 weeks. We're probably going to be a little bit longer than that.
What would your best guess be as to close? If the board wanted to wait for a report, when might we expect it?
I would say, typically it's the first week in September. I honestly couldn't tell you if it's going to be the first week in September. I think it's probably going to be the end of September at this rate.
Okay, but within the month of September. And,
hopefully that would be my desire.
And last, so the board has a better understanding of the process. Is it possible for, before the departments get you paperwork, is it possible for your office, since your office actually issues the payments, to run a report and see what was issued in the last fiscal year? That might give us a rough estimate.
We will be processing last fiscal year invoices through the end of August as accruals for expenditures. So until we see what those final invoices are that are going to even be paid, I couldn't give you that estimate. So it's, we still have transactions coming in daily that we're still required to pay as accrued back to that fiscal year because they're still for services that were rendered during that fiscal year.
Understood.
So we're not outside that window yet. So there's still considerable amount of payables being generated.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is it possible to run a report of the transactions that we have entered, and understanding that there are some that may still trickle in the last 2 weeks of August?
It's always possible to run a report, but as I said, it's not a very accurate depiction of what it's going to turn out to be when we haven't finished revenue accruals or expenditures.
Not seeing any more questions from the board. Let's go to public comment, starting in room.
As we mentioned this morning, we see what you're discussing right now as a real opportunity to solve some of the knotty issues regarding helping county employees keep up with the cost of living. There are quite a lot of capital expenses in the current 2022-2023 budget, some of which is currently being drawn from the general fund, as I understand it. That could be covered by these bonds instead, which would then free up money to support your staff. As we just heard from the auditor controller, she's not getting information because we don't have the staff in those offices to produce that information, because we don't offer enough to keep people or hire people. So what we're in here is a real vicious cycle. If we don't do something, it's only going to keep getting worse, and the information you all will be getting will be further and further delayed, and we need to figure out a way to get past this. So this is one piece of the puzzle. It's not going to obviously cover everything, but it could free up some money that could provide some level of relief for staff. It will also help us incrementally with our recruitment efforts, so that we can get the people in. So this, in combination with some of the other potential savings that we've identified, I think are something we would really ask the board and the administration to take a real close look at as a way to try to solve this so that we can move forward and get everyone refocused on the business of the county.
Patrick, are you encouraging us to support the $10 million?
Yeah, I mean, as some of the consultants reported, the county has very low debt right now. So with all the challenges that the county is facing, taking on some incremental debt, I think makes absolute sense, because spending a little bit now is going to pay off big in the long run.
Thank you. Public comment online. Click raise hand or *9. Do we have any voicemails? Okay, that concludes public comment. It's back to the board for a motion. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, just a question to follow up with what Mr. Hickey said. And to the CEO, are there capital improvement projects currently on the books that are being paid for with general fund money?
Darcy Handel, CEO, excuse me. I will ask Director Rao to chip in, but I believe what I'm hearing is that it is not, that's the capital improvement plan, which is a report within the budget. It is not being financed, but go ahead, Janelle.
Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. There was a draft of what we anticipated as a CIP for fiscal year 2022-23. There are, however, projects that are funded within the budget that are general fund. There are a handful of those. Most of them fall into the public safety area that were approved through the budgetary process. So there is a few that would be available for consideration. They are smaller projects in nature, I would reference, whereas when General Services was asked to identify some critical projects for potential bond financing, we looked at our most critical projects that were of a large financing in nature. So that's where we focused on the roof projects, obviously the jail. Those projects that are funded, just for example, you have some safety enhancements for probation. That was a small project, $40,000. There's other, like a removal of a modular at the jail, that's $25,000. So there's a handful of very small projects, but they are there.
Can I just add one? Yeah. So this is from the current budget, the proposed budget. I don't know exactly how much it's changed, but maintenance and equipment, $900,000. Corrective maintenance, $4.4 million. Architecture, engineering, and plan services, $1.8 million. Construction contracts, $8.3 million. That's in the current budget. That's not on the wish list. So that's actually money that you all have dedicated. How much of that's coming from the general fund is, I guess, the question that Supervisor Haschek asked, and that's the question that we have too. Is some of that money that could be repurposed?
It's the question I have as well. Is that, Director Rowell, are you able to tally that up and give us a rough number? If we borrow the $10 million and apply it as planned, how much general fund will it free next year?
We can most definitely come up with numbers that are general fund obligations. Right now, what's being referenced by Mr. Hickey are likely contract obligations already in place. The county carries forward projects in the CIP. We have a fund. So some of these that he may be referencing in those particular line items have multiple funding sources. We can most certainly run it by source. We do track it that way with the assistance of the executive office fiscal team and get that information back to the board that you could use for potential consideration once you have this bond financing in place.
CEO Antle, what's the soonest that could come back?
Next meeting, September 13th. Yeah. But again, to Director Rao's statement, there are a bunch of other funding sources, and these are ongoing projects. So it wouldn't necessarily, I can almost guarantee it's not general fund, but there are a few ongoing projects, to her mention, that would be coming or continuing forward, mainly due to urgency needs.
Not seeing any more questions. Is there a motion? Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I would move the recommended action with authorizing the $10 million bond.
I'll second.
Haschek was a second. Supervisor Mulhern?
I think we can just add in the motion that we're going to receive a report back about how many of the capital projects would be general fund, if the motion and the seconder agree.
Does the maker of the motion agree? Dan, say yes.
Yes.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah,
okay.
Certainly.
Roll call.
So I just want to clarify, this is the recommended action, but the $18 million figure is being changed to $10 million.
Wait, I'm not sure what that, sorry.
That's right. It's 10 million in new funding.
Just the new money piece, yeah. The recommended action already has a not to exceed par amount, which would allow up to the 10 million. So we don't want to change that, just to be clear.
Yeah, the 10 million is part of the 18, right, Sarah?
I do not believe so. This is Sarah, Acting Deputy CEO. Bobby, can you confirm that 18 million, that was planned on for using 8 million in funding?
Correct. Yeah, the $10 million new money scenario has an estimated par amount of 19.975 million. The approving resolution that you have before you has a higher not to exceed par amount that has enough room for the $10 million new money amount.
CEO Antle, can you double check the arithmetic?
Yeah, we can confirm that. I think Clerk of the Board is asking for clarification on the recommended action. And the recommended action has the figure of the 18,145.
Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. So the 18 million would need to be changed to $19,975,000.
So
the resolutions that are attached have the authority to spend up to 10 million.
So, Sarah, I have a question. I thought this item was built around an $8 million increase. So why are we going from 18,145 to the 19 million figure you offered? I would expect 2 million more.
And maybe Bobby can help walk us through it.
Yeah, I can respond to that. The increase in the project amount does not produce a dollar for dollar increase in the par amount because there's a bit of bond premium that's generated when we actually sell the bonds. So this page, page 12 that you're looking at right now is our kind of best guess as of current market conditions. So this scenario 3 that I believe is the recommended action has a par amount of the 19.975 million, which both refunds the 2012 COPs and funds $10 million of new money projects.
Would it be acceptable for me to pull up the recommended action to make sure we have it right? Can I share my screen?
Yeah. So could we, Robert Larkin from Loop Capital, you had your hand up earlier. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thanks, Darcy. Robert Larkins from Loop Capital. I think Bobby clarified it that the refunding is common to all of the options being considered. The scenario 3, which he showed, was the 10 million of new money. The resolution actually authorizes not to exceed 27 million, which was a conservative estimate in terms of not having premium bonds, et cetera. So the 18,145 would be limiting. It would not allow you. So I don't know if the resolution governs or the staff report, but 18,145 is not going to get you there.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The recommended action needs to state what you see on the screen there, except for instead of 18,145, it needs to say 19,975. And the resolution will go ahead and cover it because it's up to 27 million. So we're just looking, I believe, for the makers of the motion to change that number. That's 18,145,000 to 19,975,000, and the resolution is still going to cover the total.
Does the maker agree?
I do.
In the second?
Well, I'm trying to figure this out. When I look at the resolution, look at section 4, and I see the 29,735,000. That's for that would be for the 8 million over the period of time. That's the cost to the county.
Bobby, I believe those are the good faith estimates, which does give you the cost over the life of the loan.
You're referring to Exhibit A, Section 4? That is correct. That is an estimate for the total payments, assuming an $8 million new money borrowing.
So then if we did 10 million, then it would be more like 33 million or so over the life of the loan. So the resolution would have to reflect that, right?
But maybe it's a question for county council. We're trying to measure twice and cut once here. Are you content with the recommended action if we change it to the dollar figure that Supervisor Mulhern offered?
I'm looking to our fiscal staff.
Okay.
We believe it's correct, yes.
Do you need a break or?
Bobby, can you confirm?
Bobby, this is the good faith estimate in the reso. Can someone just pull the language up and put it on the screen for me for 1 second?
Yeah, this is a good faith estimate.
So as a good faith
in Exhibit
estimate,
A.
you're stating it doesn't have to be 100% accurate at this time.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, the law asks that the board understand. We put a good faith estimate in so that the board understands what the cost is. Bobby, you want to change that good faith estimate right now based on the $10 million scenario?
I don't think so. Going back to our page 12 in the book, the good faith estimates were developed, I believe, at a point in time that was even further back. So the total payments, the very bottom line of page 12, are I think the most up to date and accurate figures, and the total payments for the scenario 3 are estimated to be 28.7 million. So that's even under the 29 figure.
Correct.
County Council.
Mr. Chair, I would just say it doesn't appear to me that a change in the good faith estimate would require a change in the resolution language.
That was my thinking as well.
Clerk, do you have the action?
So yeah, essentially right now it's just the recommended action, but rather than 18,145,000, it's been modified to 19,975,000, and it's my understanding that the resolutions themselves do not need any modifications to the language prior to execution.
And the maker of the motion agreed. Does the second agree?
Yes.
Okay, roll call. Supervisor Mulhern, did you have your hand up? Yeah, roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Next, we have a notice public hearing estimated at 30 minutes or more. Does anybody need a break before we continue? Staff? No? Okay. Item 4D is notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution approving and adopting a negative declaration in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act requirements for a rezone R 2021-0001 and sorry of a portion of APN 00340-43081 from limited commercial C1 to general commercial C2, and 2, adoption of an ordinance changing the zoning of real property within Mendocino County by rezoning a portion of APN 003-43081 from limited commercial C1 to general commercial C2, located at 1550 South State Street, Ukiah, sponsored by Planning and Building. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, so the flow here will be clerk and board noting any correspondence or telephone calls received. Anyone have any correspondence to note? Looks like no. There will be a staff presentation and then public input, public comment. Staff will present final remarks. Board of Supervisors will present questions to staff. Public hearing will close and the matter will come back to the board for a motion. So let's start with a staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Director of Planning and Building Services. I will keep this very brief. So the item before you is a rezoning request, and we are also associated with the rezoning request is adoption of a negative declaration for the California Environmental Quality Act compliance. And the rezone is a request to change a portion of the zoning on the property noted APN 003433081 from limited commercial to general commercial. The parcel is currently split zoned, and the northern portion of the site is the limited commercial zoning, and the remaining portion is zoned general commercial. The applicant is requesting to rezone the northern portion so that way the entirety of the parcel is designated general commercial. This will allow for the property owner to expand their commercial uses that are, they already have some commercial activities on the property, and this will allow them to expand for additional uses. Staff has reviewed the project for consistency and has determined that the rezoning to general commercial is appropriate for the property, and also will make it so that way the property is underneath only one zoning district, which is just generally a better practice, so you don't end up with that split zoning. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission on May 19th, and they adopted a resolution making a report and recommendation to the board and suggested that the board approve the project and adopt the negative declaration. So for today's meeting, staff has prepared a draft resolution of the board and associated ordinance, and also recommends that the board adopt the negative declaration and grant the rezoning request. And I am available for any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Not seeing any public input in room. On Zoom, click raise hand or *9 on the phone. That concludes public comment. Any final staff remarks?
None, thank you.
Any questions from the board for staff? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. The matter is before the Board of Supervisors. Is there a second?
Second.
So, I think second by McGordy.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4H, CEO report. There is a report attached. CEO Antle, do you want to share any highlights?
Yes, if I may. So first, I would like to point out that August, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services are honoring and recognize all individuals working in mental health and substance use treatment services in Mendocino County. I would like to join Behavioral Health and Recovery Services in that recognition for all the hard work that has occurred over the last several years, but particularly during COVID. I would also like to point out on page 3 of attachment 1, BHRS goals as related to the county strategic plan are present. So I'd encourage everyone to read those, and it's a good example of how we can report out strategic plan efforts. Then I would like to point out the update on the health plan. It kind of gives a little historical information there of how we ended up where we are today with the deficit. So if anybody wants additional information, they can look there. The next update is with regards to the annual comprehensive financial report, the ACFR. There is a link attached and some clarifying designations for the CEO as a county chief budget officer and is charged of receiving and complying the budget information, and the auditor controller serves as the acting as a chief accounting officer. And I'd also like to point out attachment 2 are the general reserves, because there's been some question about that, versus the general fund designated reserve. So you'll see that graph in attachment 2. The LATA grant, the Local Assistant Technology Grant, in collaboration with RCRC, Rural Counties Representative of California, Golden State Connect, and the North Bay Coast Broadband Consortium will provide regional support. So we're moving forward with this grant, again, which is part of the strategic plan, ensuring that affordable and reliable broadband communication is available to all county residents. Another ask that we've had is American Rescue Plan Act and the PG&E funding. We have provided a link, and we are working on the website to provide a direct link so you can access it easily under a tab under budget. Under state news, this week, the local analyst's office released an update to review outlook of the news. Perhaps not surprisingly, it is not good. It's the legislative analyst office, that the revenue outlook for the state is not good. This update adjusts the May revision outlook to account for revised economic and revenue information that compares the 2022 Budget Act assumptions. Economic indicators continue to point in the direction of an economic slowdown, and update estimates suggest that the state's revenue collection from the big three, personal income, sales, and corporation taxes, are more likely than not to fall below Budget Act assumption of $210 billion. On page 4, point out some water and drought links that I would encourage everyone to visit and keep track of our water situation. Code enforcement, there's an attachment 3 for an update to the board of what code enforcement has been performing. Again, on page 5, we have some public health links regarding COVID updates, and I believe monkeypox as well. I would like to point out on page 6 that with the discussions and many questions have come in with regards to the cannabis enforcement expenses versus the cannabis business tax revenue. And the Mendocino County Advisory Measure AJ, approved by voters on November 8th, 2016, advised that at least half the money collected from the cannabis business tax be spent on marijuana enforcement, mental health, county road repairs, and fire and emergency services. You will see attachment 9, 64% of those monies collected of the cannabis business tax have gone to those efforts. This 64% does not include expenses for public safety, district attorney's office, public defender, this board, the executive office. So again, that's in attachment 9. HDL summary, that's from our tax consultants. They are pointing out that the first quarter, January through March of 2022, the unincorporated area receipts from January through March were 3.7% below first sales period of 2021, with decreases in the business and industry and food and drug. Unlike the rest of the state, which reported stronger growth in automotive group, spending on transportation needs dropped again, perhaps influenced by the inventory availability and pricing factors. The quarterly decline in sales tax results translated into a reduction in the allocation from the county-wide state pool. So there's some really good resources here. I would encourage staff as well as the community to look through that, and I'm available if there's any questions.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I'd like to thank CEO Antle and the fiscal team, Tim, and et cetera, for putting together the information showing the proceeds of the cannabis tax and how 64% have been spent, conservatively estimated, on enforcement. So it is in compliance with the resolution. And just a little context, when we were developing the tax proposal for the voters and the whole regulatory system for cannabis, there was great hopes that this could generate tremendous money for the county. Who knows, $15, $20 million a few years into it. It never did materialize in that quantity. And but with the hopes that it could generate tremendous money. I mean, after all, we were hearing from the cannabis industry that they were a $1 billion industry in the Emerald Triangle. There was a hope that this could generate enough money that could maybe solve our problem with underfunding the roads, our problem with never having enough for fire and emergency medical services or other public safety. And but It hasn't generated the kinds of revenues we were hoping, and the documentation from the finance team does show that a majority, well over a majority, has been spent on enforcement. And I guess my only request is that now that the fiscal teams put together that information, it would be great if a version of that could be put into next year's budget and future budgets, so the public could easily track from the beginning of time of this tax how the proceeds are being spent.
Does the board support that as direction?
Yes.
Yeah, unanimous. Thank you, Supervisor Jordy. And I have a question for CEO Antle. On page 2 of the CEO report, under the annual comprehensive financial report, the CEO is described as the county's chief budget officer, and the auditor, controller, tax collector is described as the chief accounting officer. Yet when I go to the county website, and this has been updated recently because it shows auditor, controller, tax collector, it shows as the chief financial officer of the county, the auditor controller exercises general supervision over the accounting of all organizations under the control of the Board of Supervisors. Is there any difference in the distinction of chief accounting officer versus chief financial officer? I know some time back we talked about maybe the county needs a chief financial officer. Do we have one now? And the reason I ask is it's been contentious figuring out who is responsible for generating the monthly financial report, the one that I've never seen, incidentally. And I don't know whether it's the auditor or if it's the executive office. I would like to invite the auditor, controller, and the CEO to the September 13th meeting under a properly agendized item to discuss with the board who has the responsibility of generating those monthly reports. And this supervisor doesn't care who does it, just care that it gets done. The public needs to see it. The board needs to make decisions based on up-to-date financials. I see that other counties are able to generate a monthly report. So somehow we have to get there, whether the auditor controller's office does it or if they're short-staffed, maybe they can give access. So CEO Antle, do we have a CFO?
Darcy Antle, CEO. I'm going to need some assistance from County Counsel Christian Curtis on this. What is in statute is Chief Accounting Officer. There is no local ordinance or anything in statute that the Auditor Controller is the Chief Finance Officer, but I will let County Counsel address.
I would just say I'm not familiar with the term being used in statute. We generally stick to what is spelled out in the statute and try to make sure we use those terms in a way that are consistent. I know that the CFO term is common in corporate context. Frankly, I don't know enough about the duties in the corporate context to know how those would overlap and how those would map onto the statutory functions of the county officer.
So maybe it's just a typo, and mistakes happen. I would ask staff to look into it and update it because it's becoming material for the public. Because if we have a CFO, the public will expect that CFO to generate reports, and I don't know if the office wants to commit to that. If not, we should probably follow the state terminology. CEO Antle?
Yes, if I may, I don't know if Auditor Controller Shamise Cubison is on. Perhaps she has some insight. Atlas is shaking his head no.
He says she's not on. And as far as a September 13th item to get to the bottom of where's the accounting data that would be used to generate a report and who can generate the report, is that something the CEO can bring back?
We can certainly work with the clerk of the board. We may have to move some other items to bring that forward.
And does the board support it? Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah.
Okay, unanimous. Direction given. Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, I do think that what we need to do is sit down and have maybe a workshop on how to get these financial reports and have the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, the financial team from the executive office and the board just kind of figure out how do we get the information that's really needed to show everyone what is really going on with our finances. I think that there would be a good conversation. on the 13th. So I certainly approve that. What I wanted to talk about, and I don't know if John Burks from Code Enforcement is on, but I have a question about from the CEO report on attachment 3. And it's page 19 of the 50-page report. And, you know, if people bring it up, it shows that in July or in June, there were over 140 cases of non-permitted cannabis complaints being investigated. And then I don't see that, the results of that in the subsequent, you know, whether it was directed enforcement, not as reported, abated with compliance, notice of violation, or, you know, I don't see where those 140 went. And so that would be my question to Mr. Burks, if he's available, because it just shows that there is this skyrocketing number of cases being investigated, but then seeming no results of that.
Can we bring code enforcement in?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. John Burks is not on the line.
So we can move on. If he joins, we'll bring him in. If not, we'll get an answer to that at our next meeting.
And Mr. Chair, I just know I'm short a code enforcement deputy right now, so I don't have the exact numbers, but I do want to mention that you might not see a turnaround on the number of cases have been investigated that quickly. So the numbers within that time frame might not correspond to final outcomes so quickly. That I'm speculating a bit, but I just note that there may be issues of interpretation of the data.
Yeah.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I just wanted to support your move to have a little more transparent financial information, because it's hard for us to make decisions on funding capital improvement projects, on properly paying our employees to reflect the values that we see of them, which we do value them greatly, because obviously without them we don't have a county. So we get hung up when we don't quite know what we've got to work with. And, you know, other counties have much more detailed financial information they're given to the board, and it just makes us better at what we do when we have good information to work with, because otherwise, if you don't have the data, you can't make good decisions.
And I had one final question for CEO Antle related to the financials. What is the definitive source? Where is the data? Is it in this building? Is it in the cloud? What software is it in? If I wanted to ask for a copy of it, what would the label be? I don't think it's Aumentum. I don't think it's Munis. What is it called?
CEO Antle, I believe that would be a question for Auditor Controller Shamise Cavison, and Treasurer Tax Collector. I know we use Munis Tyler for budgeting purposes. Where those financials tie out for the ACFR report, I cannot answer.
You don't know?
I don't.
No one on your team knows. No one in this room knows. How is it that we don't know where our financial data is housed? I'm not expecting an answer, but I've been here for about 3.5 years, and if the public asks me, it's embarrassing. I don't know where it is. Is there any chance that it's just in a spreadsheet kicking around in an office? Or because the board has oversight on the software packages. I've gone through the IT spending, the software that we maintain. I can't find a software package that I believe would house this data.
Darcy Antle, CEO. It is quite possible that we have some spreadsheets and binders that our documents are kept in, but again, it's a question for Auditor Controller.
Thank you. I hope we can get to that on September 13th. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think that's the reason why we need to get everyone in the same room and talking, so that we don't just ask these questions and not have the proper people who can answer the questions. So I look forward to this meeting on the 13th, where we can get the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector talking with the financial team and the board, because it's not. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
Supervisor McGordy.
So yeah, these are probably legacy problems that, you know, as we kind of moved out of the old accounting era where everything was done on paper and you know, ledger sheets, and into the modern era of software, the learning curve for every time that there was a new generation of software is huge, and I just don't think we've kept up. And you know, the point of our getting together with treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, Cubison isn't to blame anyone. It's to take a look at where are we right now and what do we need, because we want to move forward. We want to be able to answer questions and have data at our fingertips, which we presently don't seem to have the organization for. So, you know, this is a good time because we've made a switch. We're moving into a new era. I think this board is pretty good about not wanting to kick any cans down the road. We'd like to deal with things. It's one of my old sayings: the best way to deal with something is deal with it. You know, don't just keep getting frustrated. You know, find a way to resolve the problem.
Any public comment in room? Online, you can press *9 or raise hand.
Just wanted to comment quickly on the information provided in the CEO's report regarding the sales tax. As we had mentioned this morning, in the last 4 fiscal years that the county has reported on, sales tax have been underestimated by 44%. So those numbers need to be taken with a grain of salt. Also, as a caveat, you know, Mendocino has worked with HDL in the past. This is from an article titled "Possibilities for Cannabis Taxes." David McPherson of HDL Companies prepared an analysis of local tax options specific to Mendocino after reviewing information from industry groups, state tax records, and through work with other localities. Based on his estimates, McPherson predicted Mendocino could expect somewhere between $51 million and $100 million in tax revenues. So that's the kind of data that we're working with. So again, take it with a grain of salt as you move forward.
I'm taking everything with a grain of salt lately. I think that, we have online comments from Auditor Controller Cubison.
Good afternoon, Board, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamiz Cubison. So unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to respond with prepared comments to the questions that continue to come up during supervisors' reports. I'm at the disadvantage of working from home with COVID right now. So it's kind of difficult to follow and comment and respond to all sorts of information that's flying around. And I would really appreciate the opportunity for the budget ad hoc to meet with the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector to have a more informal discussion about the financials and the financial statements and the audit and how it works with Munis. I know we did have a conversation last week, but apparently we need to have additional conversations. I'm open to that. I'm open to exploring additional possible reporting information. We can look at that, but we need to look at it and consider, what is going to be current, what's not going to be current, if the board and the public will be able to understand those timing differences, or if information will cause more confusion than is already occurring from the lack of information. So I just want to go on record saying that I'm definitely open to working with the budget ad hoc, the board, and the CEO's office to try to come up with some reporting information. But it is a very challenging time right now. I understand the board is looking for timely information, but we're still at an extreme disadvantage from being short-staffed, trying to fill positions and trying to handle all of the impacts from COVID and COVID funding, along with, dispersing a lot of unusual types of revenue that we haven't had to in the past. So there's implications in all departments and on all staff. And so I appreciate the board's patience and their frustration that's being expressed, but we need to work together collaboratively and cooperatively. So I just look forward to doing that, but I hope people can be a little bit patient. I've only been officially in the role for a month, And we need the opportunity to be able to fill positions and to be compliant with our other mandated services and reporting as well. And I totally understand the need for working with the board and the CEO's office to come up with those mechanisms and reporting systems that will allow for better transparency. Thank you.
So, Shamiz, I appreciate you connecting. And to reiterate, because I don't know when you joined us, the CEO will schedule an agenda item for the September 13th meeting. We're hoping that you could join us along with the Executive Office Finance team to figure out how we can generate monthly reports. And Supervisor McGorty pointed out that you're new to the position. This is not on you. You're inheriting a legacy. And to some degree, all the elected officials and staff in general in this county are in that position. But we want to try to move past it and get monthly reports so that the board can make better decisions and we can bolster transparency for the public. So I hope you can make that September 13th meeting. There is a question about what is the definitive source for storing our financial data? When there's a transaction, say a check is cut, is that entered into a software package, and which software?
The county's finance system is the Munis Tyler product, which houses all of the day-to-day revenue and expenditure transactions, along with the depreciation and capital project transactions.
So is it fair to say Munis would be the sole source for generating a report, say year to date?
I think this is a more involved conversation in terms of understanding the intricacies and the differences between the budgeted financial system and finance possible budget to actuals versus the actual ACFR, which is prepared according to generally accepted accounting principles, which may have timing differences that may not be reflected in the Munis finance system because they're required to be presented differently.
So the board can read up a bit before the September 13th meeting. Do we use a software package besides Munis to generate reports? Is there another source of data that you would be using?
Well, the county still relies heavily on Excel for various types of reports and information.
The audio cut out. Could you say the name of that software package?
The county still relies on Excel for many reports.
So
Depends on what the need is.
So do we pull data from Munis into a spreadsheet and then apply? Well, I just want to make sure that we all have time to think about this before we come back a month from now.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think that what Auditor, Controller, Tax Collector, Treasurer Cubison is asking is that the budget ad hoc meet with her in advance of the September 13th meeting so that the full board can have a presentation. I think that at that time, when the budget ad hoc meets, they'll be able to ask some questions, hopefully some clarifying questions that can then come forward to the board, and then the board and Auditor, Controller, Tax Collector Cubison can have a more robust conversation. I think that it's very late at the end of the day. I think that
I'm happy to move on, but my frustration is I've been asking for 3 years and 8 months, and I'm like kind of losing it on. I just want the data.
We hear that,
so,
I think, but we have a plan moving forward.
All right. Next public comment is from Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'd like to provide just a little bit of additional context on some of these cannabis numbers because I think that there are some components of them that were not addressed and should be included as part of the public record. One of those items is that from the beginning of the program, it's my understanding that the cannabis projected revenues, tax revenues for the county were actually exceeded by $8 million from the beginning of the program to last year. So Not only has the cannabis program met the expectations of funding amounts over the past several years, it has actually exceeded them substantially. I will agree that it was a mistake to believe that cannabis as an industry would be able to solve all of the financial problems of this county. And we've definitely seen the ramifications of that choice and how it has impacted us. This is a volatile situation that requires attention to detail and focused efforts, and we can sincerely hope that those efforts continue. I think it's also interesting to see the increase in code enforcement complaints when at the same time Sheriff Kendall has recently reported that, to his understanding, unlicensed cannabis cultivation sites in this county have decreased by nearly 40%. Recently. And so the market is doing what the market does. There is a challenge for most people participating both in the legal and unlicensed markets. And so if we want this industry to continue to generate revenue for the county, in 2020, it generated over $110 million of economic activity, more than any other agricultural product, and in the smallest of footprints at under 300 licensed acres. So I just encourage everyone to identify the immense value that the licensed cannabis community has brought to this county and the value that is possible to continue bringing, but only if actions are taken to protect the people who generate those resources. And it's sad to think where the county would be if there hadn't been those revenues coming in over the past several years. It's sad to think where we'd be if this community is decimated and is not able to rebuild and continue in providing inputs into the entire community infrastructure. And so I would just like those items to be part of the public record. And additionally, because of the reduction in unlicensed cannabis and also because of the reduction in cannabis, it's very likely that the expenses on enforcement that are being focused on will be able to decrease over time. And we will see the funds from the cannabis taxes and revenues being able to go to other parts of the needed community infrastructure. So thank you for your consideration of those items.
Jim Shields.
Okay, just unmuted myself. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Jim Shields, District Manager, Lakeville County Water District, Chairman of the Lakeville Town Council. Yeah, on this whole issue of finances, very interesting issue. In the past week, I've had separate discussions with both Supervisor Jerde and Haschak. And what we talked about was with organizations that I've worked for in my professional life, first would have been as international president of a airline labor union, and then now, of course, with the water district. We were required, formerly when I was in the labor movement by the Department of Labor, and now with the water district by the federal government to perform on an annual basis, what's known as an OMB 133 audit. That's essentially a single audit. And we always have a special presentation annually where the outside independent auditor who is, what we do is we have the district auditor do the actual year-end closeout, and then those books are sent on to the third-party auditor for their audit. And I know that the county used to do the same thing. It was interesting when I was talking to Supervisor Jerde, because he said since he's been on the board, although you do have an outside third-party audit done, that evidently no public presentation is made on it. And I think that's a mistake. That is the critical audit, the single audit and management report that goes with it. And I think you're on the right track as far as starting to resolve the problem. Yeah, you got to get, Supervisor Haschak said, and Shamiz Cubison, along with Norm Thurston, the former audit or budget manager for Tom Allman when he was sheriff. You got to get everybody in the same room, and just find out where you are. Also, the most recent Measure B committee meeting, this issue kind of came up again with them, where because of the Measure B provision that I forget what the exact percentage is, I think it's 75 to 25% split on so-called hard cost of a project versus soft cost. The Measure B committee was keeping their books, or keeping track of those costs anyway, with that breakdown. And when they tried to reconcile their numbers with the county, the county said they don't do it that way, that they include total cost into the line item of capital projects. So this appears to me to be an issue that seems to be kind of spread across the organization. And I think the first step that needs to be taken is what you're going to be doing. Get everybody together in the same room and let's get it figured out. Thank you.
To respond to that, I think the outside auditor will be presenting on September 20th. And that concludes public comment. We're on to the last item, 4J, supervisors' reports. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'd just like to start off with congratulations to CEO Antle for graduating from the NACO High Performance Leadership Academy. I know it was a long slog, but congratulations on doing that. You're better prepared to deal with these problems because of it. According to Rule 31, the status reports from ad hoc committees shall be made to the board at each regular meeting. So I'm going to go down. I have the ad hoc committee list here. I'm on an ad hoc with Supervisor McGorty about the Oak Woodlands ordinance, and we haven't done anything on it. We're kind of dealing with the cannabis ordinance, and then we were hoping, then the drought, and so it's been put on the back burner for the time being. I'm on a ad hoc with Supervisor Jurdy for housing, and we're meeting, I think, tomorrow or next week with Julia Acker-Krog, Director of Planning and Building Services, and then we also have a summit on housing with the different jurisdictions in the county later on in the week. I'm on an ad hoc about the PARS account. That was transferring funds with Supervisor Jurdy. I think we have one more meeting to deal with that issue. And then the strategic plan, Supervisor McGorty and I are going to meet, I think, tomorrow to work with Ann Mulgard and the CEO about implementation of the strategic plan. And lastly, the cannabis ad hoc, and Supervisor McGorty and I are going to have another meeting and deal with some of the issues that are coming up with, we have been having kind of every other week cannabis stakeholder meetings to deal with specific issues. And then we are going to deal with some recommendations that we're going to bring back in first meeting in October.
So I have a question about that. How is that compatible with the standing committee? Seems like we have 3 supervisors involved in cannabis.
Well, my thought was that Supervisor McGorty and I are going to wrap up our work. We're going to bring it on October 3rd, I think, to the board, and that will be it, and then we'll switch over to the standing committee.
Mr. Chair, I want to make sure that I'm not mistaken, but I don't believe that there's any overlap between the composition of the ad hoc and the standing committee. Do I have that correct?
I thought we added cannabis to the general government standing committee.
I'm sorry, I thought that was Mulhern and Jurdy. Is that not the case?
Right.
Okay, so we have a standing committee and an ad hoc. Got it.
Without the overlap. So I don't think that you have to immediately dissolve the ad hoc. I mean, it would be prudent to go ahead and wrap it up, but I don't think you have an immediate Brown Act violation with respect to overlap between the 2 committees.
Makes sense. Thank you. Any other supervisors? Jurdy?
Yeah, just wanted to add to the written reports and the verbal report from Supervisor Haschek. Supervisor McGorty and I met recently as an ad hoc with Visit Mendocino, and we expect to have another meeting with them in the next few weeks, talking about fiscal year 20 23-24 budget, not this year's budget.
Okay, and with that, I think meeting adjourned.